Omaha Council Bluffs. This is 1620, The Zone.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover.
It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John's here. Nick is here.
Wow, look at that.
We're still Joshless for one more day.
We're almost complete.
Nick is returned from vacation where he's excited about something. We'll get the details on momentarily.
I'm sure it'll be great.
Can't wait for that.
It's going to be fun.
Hi, John.
What's up? How was your weekend?
Oh, man, it was good. Well, I was at the ballpark the entire weekend, basically. And I pulled, so you know those I don't know what the name of the bush is called. Somebody will be able to tell me, but they're like the hardy kind of circular bushes. They're in everybody's front lawn. I don't know what they're called.
Okay.
Something wood, whatever.
Something wood.
I have 6 of them in my front yard.
Right.
And I want them gone. And so it took me and my parents helped me like multiple hours just to get one of them out over the weekend.
Because you got to dig out the roots and everything.
Yeah, and they're in there.
Oh, yeah.
They're in there. So you have to cut it. You have to trim it down first and then cut all the branches off and then finally uproot it.
Yeah.
So this is going to be a many hour long yard project over many weeks, it appears.
Do you have access to a stump cutter or something?
My grandfather has a jack. Like you basically like wrap a chain around the thing and then you kind of it zooms it.
A stump puller.
Yeah, it's a stump puller, I guess what it is.
Don't tie it to the back of your car. I don't want you pulling the bumper off.
Yeah, no. Well, some people choose to approach it that way.
Yeah,
I
know.
Rip it around the car and just start going.
Just get a bunch of termites, put them down there. They'll get rid of it.
There was a lot of bugs down there, Nick.
Oh, I bet there were
already a lot of bugs down there. So yeah, we're 1 down, 5 to go.
5 to go, yeah.
And this is
so fun.
That was most of my day Saturday before I went to watch some baseball.
Ooh, that's not as fun as gas mowing. I just gas mowed on Friday.
You can get a gas mow in this weekend because we got no more rain. Well, I guess we got a little bit more rain over the weekend, but yeah, I mean, might need it at some point this week, but I won't be here for the most of it.
Well, it's gonna be that's true because you guys are leaving early.
Yes, we are.
So if anything breaks on Tuesday from Big Ten Media Days, our guys will be on the scene just in case.
Yeah,
just in case Northwestern decides to show up early and said, "Oh, nobody's here. I guess we can." Oh, damn it!
That'd be
the
awesome.
Guys from 1620 are here, and we have to answer questions.
Yes,
damn it!
If Northwestern showed up on Tuesday before anybody else is there, and they try, look, we're here for our press conference. You guys wanted to talk to us.
Here's our opening statement. We have a bunch of smart kids, and we're really sorry for what happened. And any questions? Anyone? Nope. Okay, see ya.
Honestly, I wouldn't put it past them at this point because the president and their athletic director still haven't talked for some reason.
Well, the president did put out.
He did another statement.
He sent out a letter to the Northwestern community.
Oh, that's nice. Well, maybe he should take questions once. Just one time.
Yeah, I don't think he's taking any questions. The only questions he's going to be taking is under deposition.
Or his other option is he could release the report.
He could.
Both would be bad for him. So I understand why.
At this point, I don't think there's anything good that's going to. I mean,
you already screwed it.
This story is.
You already bleeped it.
I saw somewhere today that the one of the attorneys who's been kind of at the center of a lot of these lawsuits says there could be as many as 30.
Yeah.
There could be as many as 30 of these lawsuits coming across all sports. I mean, there was a volleyball player that filed suit today.
Oh, I didn't see that one.
Yeah. There's a volleyball player, and it's gonna last a long time. There is no way, if that school has an ounce of integrity, that you can keep the same people in charge. You can't just fire the football coach and say,
Yep.
Okay.
We did it. Program
Fix that
changed.
problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, no way. No way. If that school has an ounce of integrity, the president's gone, probably the AD.
And like we talked about too, like most of this, it doesn't go probably as bad as it's gone if they just handle it the right way the first time around. And
Well, yeah, if they would have fired him right then and there. But they were arrogant enough to think
or
that
acknowledge,
no one
yes,
they were arrogant enough to think that they were just going to let this go by and that all of their friends in the Northwestern media cabal who seem to occupy 40% of all of sports media were just going to say, oh, okay.
They
whatever.
were.
And then move on and go, oh, hi, have you heard the latest about Ohio State?
They tried.
But yeah, it's going to hang around for a while.
Did you see any of our popular movies over the weekend?
No.
You didn't do the Barbenheimer?
No.
I didn't think you would, but I figured I'd ask.
No, I just, I don't have anything against either of them. I mean,
when's the last non-cocaine bear movie that you've seen in the theater, John?
we just went to Indiana Jones on July 4th.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nick, did you go to Barbenheimer?
Not yet. I'm gonna go.
Are you going to do the double feature?
I'm gonna try, but that's like 5 hours.
It's a long time in a movie theater.
Yeah, I can't do that. I start to get anxious at 2 hours.
I do too. I don't know how I'm going to make it through Oppenheimer, which is
that's
3 hours.
You kind of look at it. You look at it like a sporting event, right? You kind of plan your day around it, even though there's not a lot of tailgating that goes on before movies. But you kind of plan your day around it. I wouldn't want to just. First of all, it's rare to get two movies out there that people actually want to go see in the theater.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know why you would want to ruin the ability to enjoy two different movies. I mean, it's not like they're going to go anywhere anytime soon. You can watch one this week, one next week, or
I don't
wait
know
a
what
month
the
or
reasoning
whatever.
was. I don't know why.
It's the contrast. That's the only reason. It's like
Yeah.
because it's a movie about Barbie and then it's a movie about Oppenheimer. Like people don't necessarily associate Barbie with nuclear explosions.
No, they most certainly do not, Nick.
Generally.
What? You never had the nuclear physicist Barbie?
No, I didn't have that one.
Oh, okay.
No, I think I am going to prioritize Oppenheimer though, just because I need to
certainly
see that
would.
in IMAX,
Yes.
and I want to feel like I'm in the middle of a nuclear blast.
People have told me though, say you got to see both. They're both good.
You want to feel like you're in the middle of a nuclear blast.
Yeah, I never had the fear of growing up in the Cold War, John, so I want to experience that for myself.
Well, you don't have to have wanted to. Well, just because I grew up during the Cold War doesn't mean we wanted to experience a nuclear blast.
No, but like you had the threat of it, right? Like the ever looming threat, and like that's never really
Sure.
been a thing for me.
Yeah, that's true.
You've never been afraid that a bomb was going to go off?
Oh
at some
no,
point?
I've been afraid. That was
Okay.
one of the first things that's how I should have found out I had anxiety as a kid, because my biggest fear was getting wiped out by a nuclear bomb. And my dad didn't help ever. He's like, oh, Omaha is going to be one of the first targets. So, like,
Yes.
we'll probably be wiped out.
That's what they always say. Yeah,
That's
right in
true.
the middle. Yeah.
They
And
would.
I'm like, we're an hour and a half away. He's like, it doesn't matter. I'm like,
People were saying that on 9/11, and I got really concerned that day.
yeah.
Yeah, they were like Omaha, and then the president was here.
Then the president showed
He was
up.
in the
Yeah,
air.
and I was like, oh, this is bad.
Yeah, it's like, come on, get out of here. You're the target. Get
We
out
made
of
it.
here.
We made it.
Omaha just catching strays for the country.
Yep, but we all made it. Omaha hasn't been bombed yet,
It hasn't.
Yet.
Famously.
at least not recently.
Yet. Well, don't forget there was the tornado of 75 that took out 69th and Cumming.
People forget that.
People do forget about it.
So-
Not Jerry, not Color.
Yeah, I was gonna say Jerry. That was
Jerry
the guy's
didn't-
name.
Jerry didn't forget about that.
Jerry would never forget.
No, now we're just going to be taken out by the heat. Welcome. Summer's here. Hey, summer.
Oh, baby.
Ooh, boy.
Did it.
So last week it was spring,
Yep.
and now it's summer.
Yep.
And then it stays summer for what? Probably a month.
Yeah.
My guess
probably.
would be we have an entire month of uninterrupted, oppressive heat.
Yeah.
That would be my
Yeah.
guess.
I think we're gonna get some weird heat waves in October. Just a gut feeling. October seems weird sometimes.
Would you like to
right?
make a weather prediction?
Yeah, let me make a weather prediction.
Go for it.
There's gonna be a week in October where it's just dumb hot, unseasonably.
What's dumb hot?
Like unseasonably for like you think
80s?
of October. Yeah, I think we could get some 80s in October.
Okay.
No,
There's
that's
Nick.
probably true.
There's Nick with his first ever weather prediction.
Wow.
I think it will be in the 80s in October.
Yeah,
Signed, Nick.
not like
Good.
an average, but I think we'll have like a week. A week of 80.
And then it'll snow the next week.
So a good point made. We were talking about bombs and the potential of bombs going off. Here's Travis on the YouTube. He says, "Are you sure you should be talking about this? You announced no Husker drama on Friday, and today we had Husker drama."
I mean, to be fair,
Did we have Husker drama today?
Oh, this was definitely Nebraska drama.
All right.
Absolutely.
I tried to explain it
Absolutely. Because remember, there's a difference between just drama and
It's true.
Nebraska drama. Nebraska drama has a certain level of, dare I say, stupid to it. And boy, did this have some stupid to it.
My argument would be that it only lasted 1 hour.
True.
And that
But it only lasted that way because the tweet was taken down. But
Yes.
the lingering effects of all of the takes is still out there.
okay, all right. The takes are still out there.
And
I didn't
again,
realize people still have takes.
there's
I
not,
missed this.
well, there's
Oh
not.
yeah, it's great.
Oh, don't worry. We've got the reaction
Oh,
for you.
good.
I made sure to take screenshots because I had a feeling that this tweet was going to be taken
Good
down
on
at
you.
some point.
We read them all we read most of them during the first crossover. This is when
Nice.
its whole thing came out. Or actually, I was alerted to it by Peterman earlier. He's like, "Hey, did you see this tweet?" And I was like, "No, but I like that hashtag."
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh, this is gonna be fun.
Oh yeah. Yep. No, this is definitely stupid drama, but it's not. I don't think it's really even Matt Rule's fault.
No, it didn't. It seemed like it was a big misunderstanding.
Yes.
Which certainly
happens.
could have been predicted very early on in this process.
Oh, sure.
Yes.
Sure. Yeah, with a little extra context, it would have
But
helped.
I will say this: the thought still stands, and it's a lingering thought, like you said, John. The lingering takes. There's a lingering thought, which is, I mean, Nebraska volleyball has been successful for a long time now.
Mhm.
Nebraska football has been unsuccessful for a very long time now,
Yeah.
and still, it's Nebraska football's athletic department.
Right.
Well,
if anything,
and I imagine that rubs programs that have won the wrong way.
Oh, of course it
Yeah.
does. Of course it does. This is what happens in giant organizations such as this. You know, our organization here at NRG Media is not terribly unlike the organization at any major college athletic department. You have all of these different departments that are separate from each other, but intertwined, and our successes certainly can help other departments, and our failures can certainly be felt by other departments. But there's also an element of, you know, a little bit of possessiveness.
Yeah.
You know, when we do well here at the Zone, and if it happens to be a time of year where the rest of the stations don't, or the rest of the departments don't, there's kind of an element of, hey, look at us, look at what we did.
No doubt.
We're holding up the ship. If anything, this is going to prove to be a great moment for all of the youths out there who are getting educated fast on the economics of college athletics.
Yes, it turns out football is still the biggest one.
Yeah.
Okay.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if your football team is 0-12.
Northwestern's about to figure this out.
You're still the most important thing on the campus because you're the one that pays the bills and keeps the lights
Yeah,
on,
if
for the most part.
If the Big Ten didn't have as big of a TV deal as they did right now, Northwestern would just be like, yeah, maybe it's time we just push this aside. Maybe we just go back to being the academic version of ourselves that we've always wanted to be. Let's go ahead and scrap that football stadium, that big old facility by the lake. We'll turn it into a nice,
turn it into a library.
Yeah, nice library. We're done with football now. But there's too much money to be made. There's too much to be gained off of just existing.
Yeah.
So
no, Northwestern, the Northwesterns, the Vanderbilts, all of those, they're gonna try to cling to this gravy train as long as they can, because there is no substitute for the power of the almighty dollar.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a lot of almighty dollars rolling into these athletic departments because of
And it
football.
turns out that was, and you guys will talk about this later, but it turns out that was a conversation that we didn't even have to have because we just simply had some sort of a miscommunication in the training table.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nick seems very confused.
I'm very confused.
Well, don't worry. We'll fill you all in.
Also, I didn't realize that Twitter had turned into an X until this morning when somebody told me.
Yeah. Yeah, it did.
Yeah, that's Elon's idea. He's changing it to X. He got rid of the bird.
Yes.
And it's supposed to be.
What does this mean, Nick?
He's turning it bad. He's ruining it more. He wants it to be like
Well, I don't care about
center
what the
for
logo
like
is.
commerce and like e-currency and stuff.
But all
like
that changed was the birdie to the X.
Right.
That doesn't do anything.
Well,
for
it's
me.
a whole rebranding thing he's trying to do.
Oh, okay. There's going to be more to this.
Yeah. Who knows if it'll even still be called Twitter?
That's fine. I don't really care.
Yeah.
I just want it to work.
Yeah.
You're gonna call
That's-
it X's instead of tweets.
I mean, you know what we're finding out through everything that's gone on? I mean, what was it? 2 weeks ago, we had the whole thing with, well, everyone's going to go to Threads, got to have our Threads.
Yeah.
And then people realized, oh, this sucks. And then went back to Twitter. And then there was TweetDeck. And then there's this, and there's going to be something else. You know what we're finding out is once you've created a product or a product has been created, because Elon didn't create this product, he just bought it.
Elon never creates any of his products. That's all he does is he buys it and then he makes
Okay, big anti-Elon.
But
guy.
that's what he does. He
but the
buys
point
things
is,
and
but
then
the
he tries to put his name on it.
but what he's doing is he's helping prove the axiom. Once you get addicted to something,
it's not going anywhere.
it's not going anywhere.
No, you can't. It's
you-
actually really difficult to murder it.
Yeah, it
And
is.
Elon is attempting to do so.
It's
and
almost like the savings and loan scandal. When all the car companies were going bankrupt, they're too big to fail.
Yeah.
Twitter has now become almost too big to fail. No matter what anyone wants to do, and so now because it's his $40 billion plaything, I think Elon's just pushing every button that he possibly can within reason, just to see how far he can take this.
Yeah,
and to see how long it'll take before people actually really do either wean themselves off of it or something more viable comes along.
Yeah, I mean,
that
this
replaces it.
This was a thing that was created. I don't know why everybody decided to hop on Twitter, but out of it, it was this organic community that everybody came to.
I never understood from the beginning, Connor, because I wasn't on Facebook right away. It was someone said, "Oh, you got to get on Facebook," blah blah blah. And then this Twitter thing happened, and I'm like, I'm not gonna possess two different social media sites. I don't need another one.
Yeah.
Wait, you're telling me I there's this place I can go where I only get to type in 120 characters, and
It's actually a horrible idea.
yeah, it is. And yet people got addicted to it, including me. I'm not pointing fingers here.
Yeah.
If anything, I'm pointing fingers at myself. It's amazing how we took something that's actually inferior to Facebook and it became more popular than Facebook. And now with some billionaire coming along trying to change everything and freaking everybody out, we're realizing just how addicted to this inferior product to
Wow.
Facebook that we are.
John, big Facebook
Facebook's
guy.
pretty inferior.
Facebook
No,
kind
no,
of sucks, John.
No. Okay. Facebook's more colorful. Facebook, you always could
John
type as
here
many
for
characters as you
Facebook?
wanted to. Plus, there was the food videos. I mean,
John loves the food.
There's
the
food videos
are
on
awesome.
Twitter.
I can
There's
show you so many YouTube channels, John. So many good YouTube channels.
I'm
You don't
just
have to go to
saying,
Facebook.
all I have to do is scroll my timeline and catch up with my old high school classmates, and then hey, here's some random
That's not
here's some
Facebook.
random woman throwing a bunch of Oreos and Twinkies into a bowl
That's
and
not-
making a delicious dessert. And I'm like, this is the
Yeah.
best thing ever.
They have those
doesn't
videos
really
where
do
they
that
throw
anymore,
all the stuff in like a toilet bowl now, and they mix
Yeah.
it all together with a big wooden
Oh, it's
spoon.
amazing.
That's not just on
That's
Facebook,
not
by
just
the
on
way, John.
Facebook. Those
Right,
are
but
rage-bait
it was on
videos.
Facebook first.
It definitely was on Facebook.
It was on Facebook first.
At some point, Facebook stopped showing you things of people that you were friends with, though. Then it just started incorporating algorithm-based things that it thought you would like.
Oh,
And that's where all
sure.
these other
Totally.
videos
Yeah,
are.
Absolutely.
half the stuff that I see is from like 9 days ago. I'm like, what's
Oh,
going on?
Listen, I'm not denying Facebook's evil too, but
There's not a social media site that shows you things in order. Like early Facebook was great.
Yeah, Tony says on the YouTube, he says breaking news became what made Twitter. I agree.
Sure,
That's
and
it.
It was the direct interactivity.
It's the constant. It's the constant deal. It's the same thing that makes radio good. It's up to the second. It's live, baby. Right
that's
away.
right. It's
Direct
live, and we can
interactivity.
react to it live. Like Connor can react to breakfast takes live
Yes.
as they happen.
Sausage better than bacon as a breakfast meat. Thank you.
Bad
Thank you very
take.
much.
So Or like if you want to talk to your favorite radio host or a band of yours that you like, they
Oh,
can directly
interesting.
talk to you on
Wow.
Twitter.
Oh.
Well,
can't
they
do
could
it
on Facebook too. Yes, they can.
They would never respond to Nick
It
on
was
Facebook.
never them on Facebook. You could. It's a bit.
Well,
you
that's
need to
because
go
they were
personal
probably
on
too.
Twitter.
Oh, we're too cool for Facebook. Let's be on Snapface so we can sell all our
Snapface?
information to the Chinese.
You're selling your information to the Chinese.
Oh
on
yeah, it's all
Facebook.
going to the Chinese. They
It's
all
all
got it.
going to the
They got it
Chinese, John.
already. Yeah, it's fine. They got it.
It's there.
But don't tell me your TikTok is so great. It sucks.
I don't use TikTok.
No, I bet you don't.
I just scroll the TikTok.
No, I use Instagram Reels and YouTube Shorts.
Man, we are crazy.
I didn't.
we
I
got
didn't-
problems, man.
It-
This is bad. We
it's
got too
bad.
many things.
No,
I never
know.
understood the TikTok thing until there was one day I was just going through YouTube Shorts, and next thing I know, it was like 3 hours later. I'm like, what? Where did it's a time?
It doesn't stop, man.
It just doesn't.
It doesn't stop. Okay, so what happened to you today on Twitter, Nick?
Remember that band 2 weeks ago that I wouldn't shut up about?
No.
Group Love?
No. Also, I
it's like
can't
this
find
whole
them on
Every
Twitter.
time he's mentioned Group Love, I thought, wasn't there an HBO show called Group Love?
Did they do any songs, Nick?
Yeah,
that we-
Tongue Tied.
Did they
That
do
was a
any-
big. You would know
did they
Tongue
do
Tied if
any
you heard it.
songs?
Like 15 years.
We're a
ago.
band
I know that
doesn't
song.
do
Yeah.
songs.
Yes, I know that song.
So like I've been.
Take me to your best friend's house. Yeah.
That's them.
John, you probably heard that before.
I don't know.
They probably played it at like a Creighton game. That seems. Is that like a Creighton game?
They could play in
I
an
don't
arena.
know. I'm
Yeah,
not
that's an
saying I
arena
did,
song.
and I'm not saying I did.
Do you
I don't
listen
know.
to the songs that they play in the arenas?
I can't help but. Yeah, I mean,
No,
I
he's a
hear
huge
them. I
Kanye
recognize them.
Okay.
He
But
likes
I don't.
Kanye.
But I couldn't tell
I
you.
do
who's-
too.
I couldn't
Kanye's
tell
great.
you
Yeah.
who sang any of them.
Okay. But so you've probably heard it then.
But
Maybe. Yeah.
so and I've been annoying everybody because this album that came out genuinely, it's my favorite album of the year.
Is it
And
the greatest of all time?
No, but it's the
Goat.
greatest of the year. It's such a good album. I haven't been able to stop listening to it. And I've just been pushing it. Somebody mentioned me last night on Twitter saying thank you. Then they added me for telling me about this album. I've listened to it, and now not only have I gotten more into the band, but I really like this album.
Wow.
I'm like, cool, I'm glad I could help.
That's nice.
And then Group Love, the band, responded directly to her thing at me, and they mentioned me, and they're like, thanks, Griminem.
Great job, Nick.
Yeah, like thank
Where's
you for
this?
spreading the
Where's
word.
this tweet?
I retweeted it. Go to my timeline.
All
Or my
right.
my X line. I don't know what we're calling it anymore.
No, I think it's still Twitter, man. But yeah, what a fun experience for you.
Yeah, it was cool. They said, "Hell yeah, Griminem. Appreciate both of y'all listening." Then 3 orange hearts.
Group love.
What would it have taken to get the 4th orange heart?
I don't know, but I'd do it.
Turns out their new album, All I Want It All Right Now,
Yeah.
is out right now. People
Yeah,
forget
It's
that.
the one that I've been bugging everybody about. Listen, it's a good album.
I bet it sounds better on Facebook. I
I don't think it sounds better on Facebook.
I don't think
I don't
so.
think it is group love on
you know what?
Facebook.
It would if it would accompany some, middle-aged housewife who's throwing a bunch of delicious things in a pot, throw it in the oven. It comes out.
They have
"Oh,
that
look at
on
this
all
great
of the
dessert."
social media channels. It's not
Yeah,
just
but
Facebook.
Facebook is the OG, man. That's where the good stuff is.
Shang Appreciation Club. If
And it's so
Bishop,
random because it just kind of pops at you, and just all of a sudden you're like, oh my God, look at that,
That
barbecue
happens
ribs and
everywhere.
cherry pie, my favorite.
here's one. If Bishop thinks Facebook is better than Twitter because it's more colorful and has more flair, wait until he finds out about MySpace, which was better originally than Facebook.
John, what would your MySpace page song be?
I have no
I
idea.
just missed. I was a little too young for MySpace. What was your song on MySpace?
I didn't
ever?
have a MySpace.
Oh, I had many. I had several.
Yeah.
I had top 8 friends. And then when you first move over to Facebook, they were doing the top friends as well.
Oh, really?
And then they were like, we're getting rid of that. We're not MySpace anymore.
Were you on Facebook when it was still just like college only?
No, because I wasn't in college at the time. So I couldn't get, but I probably got Facebook when I was, I don't know, like probably 13 or something like
Yeah.
that. 14.
That's around the time I got it.
Yeah.
Now I love it. Everyone's coming at me because Facebook sucks.
John loves Facebook.
This is
Weird
all.
take.
See, this is all great because what it's getting you all to realize is how much you love X. X, baby.
X, go and give it to you.
X. You all love the X.
I just didn't know how much love you had for Facebook. It's never heard anybody go on that passionate rant about how Facebook
What?
was better.
Well, no. This was going back to when I first got Twitter. It was like, why would I get something that's limiting me more than the Facebook does?
Yeah.
That's what it was.
There's definitely less to do on there.
I get, the breaking news stuff and it's the timeline part. But at the time, in the moment, when I first jumped on the Twitter, now known as the X, in the moment, it was like, why would I want to get something
Throw the bones
that looks like a pared down version of what Facebook does?
No, I understand that.
Because that was before all the algorithms and stuff really kicked in. And
the algos. The algos.
Don't like the algos.
So I don't know if it's going to be called X at some point soon, but I don't really care. I'm going to call it Twitter forever. I'm going to keep tweeting.
It just seems like a weird decision because the Twitter bird was immediate. Like that kind of brand recognition is hard to get.
It's fine.
Wiping it out.
It's still, yeah.
Again,
Obviously, once again, he's sabotaging himself.
He's doing it because he can. It's a play thing.
Yeah, absolutely. No doubt. But guess what? I'm not going anywhere.
Yeah.
And if it dies, then I die with it.
Oh,
it'd be like
not I personally die, but I'm not going to Threads with a Z.
It'd be like if I became
Threads is done. I think Threads.
Yeah.
Imagine
Threads never started.
Imagine if you became just a ridiculously wealthy person, and out of spite, you bought your least favorite pro sports franchise
and tanked them
and just ran them into the ground.
That's funny.
I mean, how much fun would it be to own the Dallas Cowboys and just to? I mean, I realize they're a joke now, but to go all in
for some of these things, I already actually have this experience, which is great. But yeah, I'd definitely
that's what he's doing with the Twitter.
I'd definitely buy the Cardinals and tell them that their sellout streak is a joke. And
would you purposely hold back all the tickets and
I would
throw them in the air? Nope, you can't come in.
I would send
I'm not letting anybody in.
I would send all of their people who developed pitchers over the years over across the other side of I-70, and then I would just watch the rest of it because they could do their own.
You think that's
strange because they're not even in your division.
I know, but I hate them.
Do you
I
think
hate
Frost
fans.
secretly just had some resentment for Nebraska, so that's exactly what he did?
Did Scott Frost Sabo? Is that what you're asking?
Sabo?
That is a question that I have pondered before in reality, Nick.
Because like
some of
those
this sounds like
losses
something
were
good
kind of
to
ridiculous.
talk about around a drunk campfire.
Yeah, I think at the end he knew which direction it was heading, and there could be an argument,
and leaned into it.
Yeah,
and said, "You know what? I want out of here, and I want my money."
I mean, the poll video that was staged. Who knows what else was?
He was very much not. He was not very happy with the way things are going before that season started.
Oh yeah.
And then when the onside kick happened, it got. Then you could say he saboed. I think you could say from there he saboed.
Sabotage would sound a lot better than he actually did it on purpose because he thought it was good strategy, because that just makes him look like an absolute ass.
People forget, John, they kicked an onside kick.
I know.
I remember doing shows that week. No, because I didn't have overreaction. It was that week, and I think at the time, maybe we talked about this before, but people were like trying to sort of, hey, I could see it. I didn't think the onside kick was that bad. And I wanted to make it very clear, no, this is the worst thing you could have ever done for the most fragile football team that we have ever seen. I want to make it very clear that I will never forget that just happened.
Right.
And he did that, and it was one of the worst coaching things that I've ever seen take place.
Yeah.
And people were like, oh, come on, give them a break. They lost an onside kick. It was like, okay. You clearly don't. We're not talking in reality anymore. Yep.
Because it's all about,
We got to save our coach. Save him.
I mean, that was still happening all the way up until the end. Oh, look, we ended up on Scott Frost.
Yes, we did.
Good for us.
Yes, we did. Boy, did we
My
go
bad.
places. Did we go places?
Yeah.
All right. Well, Connor, thanks. Make sure you have a nice, healthy breakfast before you leave tomorrow.
Drink water.
I love water.
Yeah.
Love water. I got my big cup.
Get some of those airplane peanuts. Do they still give away?
No, they
airplane
don't. They don't. I don't know if they do the peanuts anymore because of the peanut allergy thing.
Oh.
You don't want a bunch of peanuts hanging
Sometimes
around
it's
on a
pretzels
closed plate.
or,
Yeah,
a,
like some
or
airplane
a
pretzels.
snack mix of some sort.
Usually, depending on the flight, you might get like the breakfast crackers.
I believe on the airline that we are going on, it will be Biscoff cookies.
Yes,
Oh.
that's it. The breakfast biscuits.
Yes.
Can you get some airplane coffee?
Not a coffee guy. Probably take a nap.
Airplane tea?
No, I don't. Yeah.
Well, it's not a direct flight anyways.
It is most certainly not, John. No.
Well, you're routing through Miami?
No,
Atlanta?
Minneapolis.
Oh, well, that's not bad.
That's Minnesota.
It is.
Very good.
It is. Greg and Lincoln says Happy New Year.
Eh.
By the way, how were you guys' how was your beer on Friday and ribs?
The ribs are fantastic.
Really? John,
yeah.
We're both gone, and John's just tweeting out a huge stack of beer and
We had
ribs.
beer and ribs.
It's just you and Joey.
Yep, just
You
me and Joey.
just chowing on ribs?
Yep.
What the hell?
Well, that's what you get for going on vacation.
Yep. Sorry, Nick.
You and Josh.
Hopefully, you have crippling anxiety about going on any vacations from here on out.
This was my first vacation since the end of December.
And I only had
Already
2 of them.
don't
I let
take
Joey have the rest of them. Joey took the rest of them home. I told him, hey, don't eat, man. Don't eat for lunch. Take that home. Get it ready.
Nice.
What the hell?
They were delicious.
They looked really good.
There's still a lot of beer in there, though. Bree from Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild brought us a huge variety of
I heard
beer.
you say Zipline Italian Pilsner. Is there still one of those in there?
I drank that.
That is a good beer.
That was a good beer.
That's good
I
beer.
enjoyed it.
You like Italian beer?
I do.
He does. It was good beer.
All right, cool.
Nice.
There you go. That's crossover.
Goodbye.
It is Grum Time, new week. It is Big Ten Media Days week, if that makes any sense, on 1620 The Zone.
Previously on the crossover.
Oh, yeah. Listen to that baby bird.
God, that's Diesel, baby.
That's kind of hot.
That is awesome.
That's kind of hot.
That is legit diesel, man.
That was sexy.
on there.
Even backs down like a diesel.
That's awesome. You can like feel it.
Mornings with Sharp and Hanley. The Connor Happer Show. Unsportsmanlike conduct. 6A to 6P. 1620. The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast presented by Funplex Water Park and Rides. From the KETV Newswatch 7 Weather Center on 1620 The Zone.
Mostly sunny, hot, and humid for your Monday afternoon with a high today in Omaha of 95, but feeling closer to 102. A heat advisory now remains in effect until 9 p.m. on Thursday, expecting heat indices throughout the week between 100 to 107 degrees. Southerly winds possible up to 15 miles an hour. Tonight, becoming partly cloudy, staying warm with a low of 71. I'm meteorologist Caitlin Harvey with KTV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
Happy birthday to us. That's right. We're turning 50 this year, and we're celebrating with you. Introducing my new birthday cake streusel, topped with vanilla cake and crunchy streusel, a swirl of white icing, and showered with rainbow sprinkles. Paired with our classic combo, the one that started it all, and your favorite one-topping pizza. Happy birthday feast. Enjoy one today. Godfather's Pizza. Do it.
Listen, if you're going to name your company after the single greatest sandwich in the history of, well, history, you better be pretty flippin' good at what you do. Am I right? PB&J Welding Supply of Fremont is pretty flippin' good at what they do. They supply professional welders with all the gear they need to do the job. Welders and plasma cutters to gases and tools. PB&J Welding Supply has them. PB&J Welding Supply, North Broad Street in Fremont, and at pbandjweldingsupply.com.
If we've learned anything from recent news, it's that unexpected things are happening. Your gut tells you there's something very wrong going on, and all the evidence suggests that there is. Government emails are hacked. There's talk of how to fight World War III, and trade of grains and food are being disrupted. Those in charge say everything's fine. Stop noticing, but you know better. It's time to invest in self-reliance and emergency food storage now, more than ever. My Patriot Supply, the nation's largest emergency preparedness company, is the place you can trust. Go to mypatriotsupply.com and secure their best-selling 3-month emergency food kits. Each contains tasty breakfasts, lunch, and dinners, averaging over 2,000 calories per day. Get at least one food kit for each family member. For a limited time, save 25%, plus get free shipping on all their 3-month emergency food kits. Go to mypatriotsupply.com today. It's time to prepare for what's coming. MyPatriotSupply.com.
Have you ever noticed that when the afternoon light hits your floors, you can see everything, including dust?
So much dust.
And that floor dust gets kicked up into the air, compromising the quality of air you and your family breathe.
Eesh.
Swiffer Heavy Duty Sweeper is the fast and easy way to clean your floors with ultra-thick pads that trap and lock dust before it gets in the air. Just a couple minutes a day,
And dust is gone.
Swiffer Heavy Duty Sweeper. Proud partner of the American Lung Association.
The Zone Hotline is powered by 42 Degrees, The Source, by your mom's house.
This edition of Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone is proudly presented by Union Bank and Trust. The program starts now.
KOCN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
My. You all wanted this. You all wanted this football thing to get here as soon as you can. Guess what comes with it? Stupid stuff.
With the Huskers?
Yeah, I had to open my big mouth.
Sportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Welcome to a new week of the Grum. Josh will be back with us tomorrow, and then we will be whole again for a few days.
Yep.
Because August is also the month of vacation. Got to get them all in before football season starts. But got a lot coming up for you today here on the program. Your daily lineup powered by the Rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
Rundown.
It is Media Days week. And it literally will be a week for Connor and Gary. We're going to spend 4 days in Indianapolis, even though the event's only 2 days. Congratulations to them. Make sure you tour the Speedway.
Yeah, there's cool things in Indy.
In honor of Big Ten Media Days week, I have a Husker question for you. And I thought about this last night when I was on the walk with the dog. And I thought, ooh, this is an interesting one. Because it took me, I debated many different angles during the course of said walk. And I'm still not 100% sure of how I'm going to answer this. But coming up later in the Grum, calling it the Husker 2x2. You get to pick 2 wins. But in exchange, you must pick 2 losses.
Oh.
So you look at regular season only. We've already had some people trying to cheat by saying, oh, we'll lose to Georgia in the national championship game. No. Regular season only. Regular season only. Pick 2 wins and 2 losses. And based on the reaction we've gotten on the J-Tech Construction Zone X feed.
Oh no.
Or Twitter. We've gotten some really, it's all over the place. You never know how people are going to respond to a question like that, but it is all over the place. And there's different thought processes, and I'll be curious to know what your thought process is. So if you haven't done so already, you can respond to the tweet that went out earlier today on the J-Tech Construction Zone Twitter feed at USC1620, or join us later in the Grum, and we will discuss. I will tell you my original 2x2, and then the 2x2 I ended up with, and my rationale as to why. But you get to pick any 2 Husker wins this season, any 2 Husker losses. Everything else is left up to the gods, left up to fate. It's another day, another Northwestern lawsuit. We might be doing this daily for several weeks.
Probably just make an open.
That's actually not a bad idea. It really isn't. Speaking of opens, I didn't get a chance to make an open. I wasn't sure if you got my message, but Nick did. He has booked them all, man. He has booked them all.
I'm on it.
We are on it. It's 25 teams in 25 grums.
Oh.
We're changing the name. Same basic concept. We're going to preview a different college football team each day over the next 25 grums as we count down to the start of the season. But this year, we're changing it up just a little bit. It used to be we would just count down the top 25. But I thought, you know what? We could do it that way. Or 10 of the 12 of the teams, because it's a 12-game schedule. Nebraska's 12 opponents will be in there. We'll take the top 10 and then a handful of wild cards to make up the 25 teams in 25 grums. And today, the Iowa Hawkeyes.
Go Hawks.
We're starting at the back end of the schedule with the Iowa Hawkeyes. Tom Kakert will join us from Hawkeye Report later on in the Grum. Jack Mitchell will join us here in just a few minutes to talk about hashtag losing record. Mitch Sherman of The Athletic, who's getting ready for Big Ten Media Days. I also spent a little time over the weekend finishing up some of my TV ratings charts. And I found a couple of interesting things that I thought I'd share with you today, looking inside the numbers on the television game, Big Ten television game. The Cubs are trying to stay alive. Don't trade Bellinger, please. And a week out before we actually talk to Mitch for the first time, checking in with the champs. Maybe some trouble in St. Joe? That and more as we roll on here on this Monday Grum. Again, the J-Tech Construction Zone Twitter feed at USC 1620, where you can respond to our Husker 2x2 question. You can also dial us up anytime on the 42 Degrees The Source hotline by your mom's house, 402-951-1620. Or if you would like to email, the email address, john@1620thezone.com. And that is brought to you by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally and answer the phone on the first ring, equitableonline.com. Glad you could be with us here on this Monday. Coming up, why it's always a smart idea to not skip breakfast.
Oh,
on 1620 The Zone.
Best way to catch all the action is on 1620 The Zone. And no line for the bathroom.
Dust. It's in the living room, the bedroom, and the bathroom. It's also in your lungs. Let's fix that, shall we? Duct Defense Midwest offers a comprehensive system that cleans, disinfects, filters, and purifies the air. They'll make your home healthier and improve the life of your HVAC system. So improve the health of your home and everyone in it. Go to cleanairradio.com right now for a special air duct cleaning offer for Zone listeners. cleanairradio.com.
Iowa's locally owned and operated authorized solar air compressor distributor. Peerless Energy Systems provides products and solutions for compressed air systems, helping companies in manufacturing, food processing, transportation, auto body repair, car dealers, and more. Driving industry efficiency through service, support, and relationships, let Peerless Energy Systems help you increase efficiency with your compressed air systems today. PeerlessEnergy.com.
Hi, this is Doug Nodgard with Equitable Bank. Great service never goes out of style. When the digital age dawned, many said computers would be able to handle many of the interactions that used to take a person. Boy, were they wrong. How many times have you called your bank and gotten a recording to press 1 or 2? Not at Equitable. Not only does Equitable answer your call in the first ring, it's answered by a human being. That's because Equitable Bank values its customers. Equitable Bank, we take banking personally. Member FDIC.
Hey everyone, Josh Peterson here from my friends at Union Omaha, where they have some real fun nights coming up at Warner Park that you need to get involved in. First of all, a few matches upcoming over the next week and change. This weekend on Saturday night, they're facing off versus South Georgia. And then next week, a couple of home matches. They'll be back at home on Wednesday and another match on Saturday. And that one coming up on the 2nd, that is going to be $2 night, whether it's Berm tickets, domestic beer, hot dogs, nachos, Pepsi products, and a whole lot more. Kind of like the Thursday promos that they do for Storm Chasers. It'll be the same there for Union Omaha. Go to the website today, unionomaha.com. Click on the tickets tab and take advantage of these great deals and a whole lot more. If you've never been to a Union Omaha match, you are missing out. Whether it's a date night, whether it's you and a friend or the entire family, I can guarantee that you will have a lovely, lovely evening. Buy those tickets today at unionomaha.com.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Attention sales professionals. NRG Media is looking for an accomplished business-to-business salesperson who wants to take their success and skills to a new level. Is this you? Our account executives work with local businesses to create marketing plans to help them get more customers. On air, digital, on-site, audio, video, it's all part of what you could sell. A sales career with NRG lets you make a real difference. Get more info and apply online at nrgmedia.com. NRG Media is an equal opportunity employer.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
I never knew that 2 leftover biscuits from Kentucky Fried Chicken could ever taste so good. But after I saw what happened today at Nebraska Athletics, I'm just glad I had something to eat for breakfast this morning. So if you missed it, and I'm going to take full responsibility because I was the fool who on this program on Friday said, you know what's kind of cool about this offseason is there hasn't been any Nebraska drama.
John, that was a mistake.
And, there was an opportunity for Nebraska drama, certainly when you lose out on a 5-star quarterback who's visited your campus umpteen times. But Matt Rule took care of that. No problems there. They ended up getting their quarterback a week or 2 later. And they like him. They like him a lot. It was the whole Deion Sanders roster building thing. Remember that from the start of spring football? That some of the folks nationally wanted to take hold of. Nope, that rule wouldn't bite. And now we have this. Starving artists. A nation in ruins. So this was the tweet that went out earlier today from former Husker volleyball player Lauren Stivrins. It's a picture of, looks like a little buffet setup, and Husker volleyball players standing around. And it says, training tape. By the way, this tweet has since been taken down. Training table is closed and only football is allowed to eat the breakfast here. Make it make sense. Hashtag Title IX. Hashtag women's rights. Hashtag losing record. And then tagging Husker Nutrition, John Cook, Trev Alberts, Husker Volleyball, Huskers, and Husker Football Nation, the official Nebraska football account. Of course, it was the hashtag losing record that had people up in arms. Well, some people up in arms. There were people that were up in arms because, oh my God, there's food sitting out here, and the volleyball players, they're working out too, and they can't eat because it's all for the football team. Now, what ends up being true about all of this is kind of what I suspected from the beginning. You get to this time of year, and it's July 24th. Typically, your training table isn't open this time of year. And so individual sports make plans to compensate. And it would appear that the football team did so. And as the food is sitting out, and it looks like, I think this is at the, well, it's in a common area, obviously. It's not like, athletes, they wander around. And volleyball players saw the food and thought maybe it was for them. And then they were told, nope, this is for the football team. So this was, by all estimation, this was football's effort to overcome the fact that the training table was closed. And the volleyball team just happened to wander through and thought, well, wait a minute. thought this was for everybody. But again, it's the hashtag losing record that really got people fired up. And boy, did they get people fired up.
Wow.
Oh, the takes. Many, many, many takes from many, many, many sides. Here's just a handful. Adam, as our premier team, feed these champs. Hit football for losing record. Laugh while cry emoji. Laugh while cry emoji. Tombstone.
Surprise.
Surprise. A bunch of emojis.
Yeah.
Brick Squad. Hashtag losing record. LMAOOOOOO. Austin. Controversy. Just in time for Big Ten Media Days.
Tradition.
Never changed, Nebraska. Akello was a little ticked off. Hashtag losing record was just uncalled for. Jessica writes, the football team really sucks. The Husker football loses consistently for years. This hashtag is honest, not vicious. We should celebrate our winners. Cheese Trader. You know, you always get your great takes off Twitter. I'm sorry, X, from Cheese Trader,
All
who
of his
writes.
takes are Gouda.
They're very Gouda. Arguably one of the top 3 brands in all of women's college sports. Right there with UConn basketball and OU softball. Not a great look for UNL, especially when the volleyball team is about to set the record for attendance at any women's sporting event globally. Kevin tweets, dang, the Huskers seriously hung a no girls allowed sign on the breakfast table. That's definitely not a healthy, well-adjusted sign.
I think out of all of these, my favorite is from Sarah, where she's like, volleyball selling out the football stadium.
And
She's
that
not
was
wrong.
and this is just a sample size of what we saw. But then there were some notable folks who opined. Lincoln Journal-Star reporter Chris Dunker going to need a 3-hour movie about the decision to drop the hashtag losing record bomb. That's a reference, of course, to Oppenheimer.
Mm-hmm.
Husker volleyball player Allie Batenhorst, 94,000 eyeball emoji in reference to selling out the football stadium. Becca Alec from the volleyball team, currently waiting for scraps.
Oof.
Andy Jackson from the volleyball team, about to set a world record and play in front of 94,000 plus people, but we can't afford breakfast?
Oof.
Then the ex-football players weighed in. Michael Rose-Ivy. Respect to Husker volleyball, but if the football staff knew the training table would be closed today and planned ahead, your problem should be with your coach, not the football team. And Josh Mitchell, the hashtag losing record for laugh while cry emojis. Y'all boys need to get it together. Getting slandered by volleyball ain't it, fellas. Tighten up at Husker Football Nation. And then, of course, you knew that the party hacks had to jump into the conversation. Jane Klebb, who is the head of the Nebraska Democrats, quote tweeted Lauren Stivrins and said, maybe, just maybe, the Republicans in the hashtag any legislature should focus on this instead of fake outrage about trans kids playing sports. The girls can't even eat breakfast. It's only for the boys.
Stick to sports, Jane.
Jane will never stick to sports. You don't want her to stick to sports. You don't want her in sports. So, yeah, it was all a big kerfuffle, all going back to the original tweet, which eventually was taken down within like an hour. But wow, did it fire some folks up today. The hashtag losing record.
That's a hilarious, out-of-pocket, unhinged hashtag to use. Amazing.
Sneaking suspicion tells me that feeling has been there for a while, that tweet didn't just get pulled from thin air. That there may have been conversations about this in other times past. Because as I said before, we talked about it during the crossover. When you get into these large organizations that have all these different departments who are very much separate from each other, but then all intertwined, if one department does better than the other, there does tend to be the jealousy component. But in the case of Nebraska athletics, when the football component is literally the thing that makes everything run, turns the lights on, it changes everything. And the kids are now getting an education on how college athletics really works. The business of college athletics.
Was anyone stopping them from just taking some food, though?
What
would have happened?
I don't know.
What would have happened?
I'm not sure. What would have happened? Oh, they
Take
probably
some
would.
bacon, take some eggs. What are you going to do? Throw it away?
Someone would have got spiked in the face by a volleyball, and Armageddon would have broken out. I have no idea. But all I know is I'm not taking my bowl of Raisin Bran tomorrow for granted.
Raisin Bran, no one's going to want to take that.
Hey, that's more than the volleyball team got.
Oh,
I didn't have to sell out 94,000 seat stadium to do it either. Jack Mitchell will join us next, and we will continue on. I want to ask him my question, my 2x2 question, and see what his response would be. Coming up, it's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
No better time than now to focus on your garden or landscape. Come shop Lanahaw's Garden Center, filled with the area's best quality plants, flowers, and trees. Rooted in quality, unmatched value. Lanahaw Nurseries, 192nd and Center.
The cigar enthusiasts at Hearth Cigars and Pipes are a pretty diverse bunch of humans. Some enjoy an adult beverage or two, others pass the time with a competitive yet friendly game of dominoes. Still others enjoy shooting some pool downstairs, while more than a few are just satisfied with each other's company. The common thread with all of them is the awesomeness that is their favorite cigar from the humidor. Hearth Cigars and Pipes, just off the 48th Street exit from I-680 at the corner of Mormon Bridge Road in McKinley, and at hearthcigars.com.
In a metro area of our size, it gets kind of noisy. Freeway traffic to the ka-chunk, ka-chunk, ka-chunk of construction. A break in the action is only a few minutes away in Sarpy County, Nebraska. From Fontanelle Forest in Bellevue to Schramm Park in Gretna, and all the miles of bike and walking trails in between, you can pop the pods out of your ears and relax with a symphony of a more natural variety. But there's still lots of shopping, sports, concerts, and stuff. Just saying. Click GoSarpy.com. Sarpy County. So near, so fun.
Attention homeowners. Are you ready to unleash the power of savings? J-Tech Construction and Solar, the official exterior experts of the Huskers, has an exclusive offer. Purchase any 2 trades from our winning lineup of services. Windows, doors, siding, roofs, gutters, and solar, and receive a 10% discount on your entire purchase. Click yourexteriorexperts.com to schedule your free consultation today. Double up on savings and save with J-Tech Construction and Solar, the official exterior experts of the Huskers. Click yourexteriorexperts.com.
The brand new Dollar General Distribution Center in Blair is now hiring. Starting wage is up to $22 per hour with benefits including medical, dental, vision, 401k, and a $2,000 sign-on bonus. Apply today by texting DG Warehouse to 25000 or online at dollargeneral.com/careers. Again, apply today by texting DG Warehouse to 25000 or online at dollargeneral.com/careers. Dollar General can't wait to have you become a team member at their brand new distribution center.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/radio. That's 4hims.com/radio for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/RADIO.
Let it fly. Your elevated sports bar experience. KOZ and Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
You wearing ratty jackets from Stephen Barry's. Praying one day Big Red will win the NIT. Ham is the water of meats.
I think there was a missed opportunity today for some studious downtown Lincoln business to just instantly send out a tweet that said, hey, volleyball team, will feed you, and then just put out a giant spread and then they would have looked like a hero, and everything would have been solved.
Well, I tweeted out that I've got a Blackstone griddle, not to brag. I got it for my birthday or Father's Day last year. And John, I'll tell you what, that thing shines during the breakfast hours. That thing can make a lot of breakfast very quickly. That's when it does its best work.
It sounds like a good opportunity for one of these breakfast or brunch places just to do an NIL deal with the entire volleyball team.
Oh my gosh, that's the next thing, right? Right, that's the next thing is there's going to be some brunch.
Well, hell, they just got $5 million from Nebraska Crossing. The problem is they would have had to drive to Gretna to get their breakfast from Voodoo Taco or the McDonald's there or whatever.
Yeah,
whatever's going on.
The
But
pretzel, Auntie Annie's. They have a
Auntie
breakfast
Anne's
pretzel.
Yeah. See, I take responsibility, Jack. I said on Friday's show, I said, one of the things we've not had this offseason is any stupid Nebraska drama. I mean, just
close.
We all know what Nebraska. It's like porn. You know it when you see it. It's got to be stupid. It's got to be uniquely Nebraska, and
we almost made it. We almost made it.
Almost.
I mean, I get you still have to, Pop. I mean, this is once during the summer. It used to be basically every week, right? I mean, so let's accentuate the positive here.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's one, but man, did the takes come out hot and heavy? I mean, because for the most part, it was one side was, hey, the volleyball team's the best thing going on campus. They're selling out the football stadium. They should get whatever they want. The other side was, know your role. Football makes all the money. You're lucky to be here. I mean, that's really where everyone was kind of set up on their two sides. And it just shows you, Jack, just how much lack of understanding there is on all of this when it comes to the economies of college football and the inner workings of an organization like this. I guarantee you this was all just one big misunderstanding. It was never done intentionally to starve the volleyball team. It was just the football team said, oh, well, we got to have breakfast for the guys. How many guys do we have here? We got 120. Order food for 120.
Well, because the training table was closed for.
Yeah. It was a big misunderstanding.
They gotta get it ready,
but it didn't take much to get somebody fired up and then.
Yeah. And you know what I had said, especially coming after this weekend, with the Barbie movie and that kind of thing, I was like, what I'm missing is one more culture war and like a local culture war that we can get. What I would like to do is get politicians involved with, and maybe just evolve it from the one thing that I go to sort of be away from that. Let's get a culture war. Let's get politicians involved. Let's get angry people on Twitter involved. And it's like, why can't we have this when it comes to Husker sports too? And now we finally do. Now I can finally infiltrate culture wars into every part of my life. And thank goodness for that.
Oh, we're all very thankful for it. All we need now is for a student athlete to, take a hard stance on one issue or another in the culture wars, and then it's off and running.
Yeah.
That's all we're really waiting for. Yeah, if there was ever a time we really needed to bring the drop back, this is probably it.
I guess
all right, I wanted to ask you this question because I thought of it last night as I was walking the dog. It's our topic. Well, it's not our topic of the day, but it's our question of the day. So I'm calling it the 2x2. You get to pick any 2 wins, but in exchange, you also have to pick 2 losses. Everything else is left up to fate and the football gods and the performance on the field. But 2 wins, 2 losses. Where do you go? And I struggled with this. I walked Wrigley for 30 minutes last night, and I changed my pick about 5 times.
Man.
Because there's a lot of different ways you can go with this. Is your priority, do you think there's a chance at winning the division? Well, if there is, you don't want to pick any division losses.
Right. I mean,
is it just to get to a bowl game? Is it to make a splash? Is it because, you absolutely don't want to lose the games like Northwestern and Colorado, for example, because you just don't want to be embarrassed? There's a lot of different angles you can go, but then you got to sacrifice it by picking a couple of losses.
My first thought is you've got to spend a win against a conference foe is worth more than a win against a non-conference foe. In
Especially
terms of
the non-conference schedule.
Yeah,
even if it's Colorado and Dion.
In terms of the potential impact on the program.
Yes.
So even though some of the non-conference games may have different sort of emotional things tied to them that I also have to factor in, but it's hard to deny that a conference win is worth in value more to the potential benefits to the program in the season than a non-conference game is. Because largely because perhaps, who knows, maybe if we're playing this thing and I get to give them 2 wins, maybe they got a shot at winning the division. And so in your scenario, are you letting the rest out to hang then at that?
Yeah, all the other 8 games. Now, obviously you can plan this, and this was part of my thinking, was based on who or when those wins happened, does it start a run of momentum? Like, for example, if you pick Minnesota as one of your wins, I think we talked about this here a couple of weeks ago. You go into the Michigan game 4-0, and this place is really jumping, right? Or, do you pick Michigan as one of your wins? A, because it's the biggest team on the schedule, the best team on the schedule. It definitely would be the splashiest win. It will be the most watched Nebraska game this year. So you'll make that big splash. You'll get the people recalling back to 1962 and Bob Devaney's first big win was against Michigan and all this and other stuff. And then the momentum it can build off of that. Do you look at it that way? I went about 5 different ways, and I think I've come up with my pick of what I would do. But you factor in a lot of different. If you really think Nebraska could win the division, then you absolutely, in my opinion, have to take 2 division teams, right?
Right.
So, and the 2 easiest ones are Iowa and Wisconsin, that also scratches the itch of beating those teams. Nebraska hasn't beaten both of those teams in the same year since 2012. So there's a lot of different ways you can go with this, but then you also got to balance in, all right, well, where do I pick those losses? And does a loss like in one spot trigger, 2 or 3 losses after that? It's all about momentum. So there's a lot of different ways you can think about it.
So this is very hard. This is very hard because I kind of want to play the division championship potential because I don't necessarily feel like Nebraska is going to win the division now, but if you're giving me 2 wins that they wouldn't have otherwise had, that completely changes because that's going to be a tight division. Like there's one strategy where you take Michigan as the win because that's, it feels right now like that is a very, 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 very likely loss just because of where Michigan is right now. And then you flip the game for sure. Then you take the next most likely, and then probably Wisconsin is the other one that you take as a win because that's probably the next, since it's on the road, since it's a conference game, since people still think Wisconsin is going to be really good, I guess, those sorts of things. you take that one, and then you just say, okay, and then you just pick the 2 of 3 least painful non-conference games to lose, which I don't know, could this would be the weirdest season ever that you go in and whatever happened, like you could hypothetically in my season that I'm making, if I took those 2, go 0-4 to start the season and then beat Michigan.
Well, I'll tell you what, one of my very first suggestion, and I was sticking with it for a while, and then I rethought it, was Minnesota and Michigan are your wins, which basically
that's kind of like what I did, except
almost assures you of a 5-0 start, which means all you have to do is win 1 more game and you're bowl eligible,
unless you make your losses those non-conference games.
But then my other thought was, all right, well, I've still got to use my loss, so I was going to go Minnesota and Michigan the wins, and then the losses to Louisiana Tech and like Wisconsin, because I wasn't thinking division in that moment. Because my first thought was, well, in order to get to 6, so you'd be 4-1, you would definitely, people would if you lost to Louisiana Tech, number one, no one's going to expect you to beat Michigan anyway, but then they'd really not expect you to beat Michigan. Then you beat Michigan. That basically cancels out that loss.
Right.
I mean, if that scenario played out, let's say Nebraska wins their first, 3 games, then loses to Louisiana Tech, then beats Michigan. You're going to have a lot of people around here very, very happy.
Yes, a lot is forgiven if you beat Michigan.
Oh, you will, and then from there, it almost feels like gravy. So that was my first thought. But
mine would be similar. I think mine would be similar to that. I think I would. You know what I'd take as the loss if I did like you did and did. What was okay? So your 2 losses in that scenario were what? Oh yeah, Louisiana Tech.
Louisiana
I would
Tech
do the
and
same.
Wisconsin.
I like that one in the non-conference. I think I'd take my loss to Michigan State though, because that's a non-division team.
Right.
For whatever reason, that would be less painful for sure than losing
And it's a road game.
Wisconsin or Iowa, and it's a road game. So I'm going Louisiana Tech and Michigan State, and then yes, give me Minnesota and Michigan. I think that's what I'm going to go with, which I was kind of changed. But you persuaded me a little bit towards yours, but you said you didn't end up on that.
Well, yeah, I went round and round, and who knows? By the time we get to the happy hour today, when we talk this thing out, I might change my mind. I might change my mind again. But I did come up with I did come up with something completely different. But there's a lot of different ways you can think about it. I do believe this. I'm considering, this is year 1, and you're thinking big picture here. Yes, you want to get to a bowl game, and I think if you strategize this right, you're going to make a bowl game if you pick the right 2 wins. But I also think you need to have a big pelt. I also think you need it would really show a lot of people. Again, most watch game by far. I mean, I'm predicting that game ends up on NBC's Saturday night Big Ten football, and we'll get 6 million viewers. Home game, the atmosphere, and being able to basically just knock Michigan, a team that honestly, of all the losses last year, I know the Oklahoma loss, looked really bad, but that was understandable. Nebraska did not look like they belonged in the same county as Michigan last year. And Michigan's supposed to be better. And of course, we don't know what to expect out of Nebraska yet. I think if they got that win, oh my God.
Yeah.
That you would get a lot of people. You already have a lot of folks in the national media who look at this Matt Rule hire as that's a really smart hire. That's a really, really smart hire. You would get a lot of oh my God, this was the smartest thing Nebraska's ever done if they got a win like Michigan.
It would be the most impactful win in terms of perception since I don't know when. I mean, it would be the most, as much as you can change a program with 1 win, if you would
honestly,
get that, I can't imagine. Yeah.
It might be from a national perspective, it might be the most impactful thing Nebraska's done on the football field since they lost to Texas in 2009. Remember how much respect Nebraska got after that game?
Yeah.
And it completely changed the trajectory. Now, of course, they weren't able to do as much with it as we had hoped. But in the moment, if you remember back, Nebraska earned a boatload of respect. Mm-hmm. And Bo Pelini was on a lot of people's, hey, this dude's going places after that game. I think it would be every bit as impactful as that was, even though it wasn't a win. That's the last time I remember people really across the country going, damn, those guys got something going here.
Yeah. That's about it too. If you're going to go prior to that, you got to go, you got to go pre-national championships just to have that kind of a feel where it's like, we don't think much of them going into this, but there was a game that changed the perception when they actually did what they did here too. 93 against Florida, and then after the 93 season against Florida State is kind of that same way too.
Yeah, honestly, you think about it, Nebraska only earns those types of things in losses.
Yeah, is there a win? I mean, it's just when you're not down for before
Right.
they were 2 up for a while and then they were 2 down and never had any ups really. I mean,
Right.
Did it ever look like they were about to turn a corner in any of the many downtimes over the last 20 years where you're like, okay, this is a game where they really, maybe some of those games under that Pelini and that 10 season, you could argue that was the case, but there just haven't been there. You sort of thought maybe that Oregon game for Riley might be that.
Yeah. And then Oregon turned out to be trash.
Yeah.
And even if you remember, even though Nebraska won, it was a great game. Tommy Armstrong played his ass off. You still had a lot of, I mean, I still go back to that week and I realize I was occupied with other things because it was the week the Cubs won the World Series. But I mean, they essentially got hosed at Wisconsin in overtime and we're still a top 10 team. And this place was as dead as I've ever seen it for a top 10 matchup against Ohio State. Mm-hmm. And it turned out to be, right because, they won 62-3. Mm-hmm. But yeah, there haven't been many moments.
I'll tell you the other one that could have been it was Scott Frost's game in Scott Frost's game at Ohio State.
Yes.
Yeah, that would be another
loss, but you're right.
That kind of was one / could have been one.
Right. But I would have a hard time thinking about a win that really just landed people. And you're right. A lot of it had to do with the fact that Nebraska's been consistently really great over the years. It almost had to happen in a loss to earn respect because, they were famously, 18-point underdogs to Florida State.
I mean, it's a little hard to pick a game in 2010 because they just came off, they did.
Right.
They
were already building off of
they were built. They had just gone to the division championship. So it wasn't like you were just being noticed at that point. They were you could say that Kansas State game that year, but again, they're coming off a division championship and I don't think opinion of them was that low at that point. So yeah, man, it is tough. It is tough, John, to think of a win. You can think of a lot of opportunities. You can think of some opportunities there, but think of a win where they seize the moment and really, really change the narrative about what's going on in the program.
And we have no idea how the season's going to play out, but at least to start, Michigan is the one game that gives you that opportunity. I mean, I don't think, at least now, that Wisconsin would be that.
Yeah.
Because we don't know what Wisconsin's going to be. Yeah. But we think we have a good idea of what Michigan's going to be.
Right. And if they would go in and hammer Colorado, and especially if Colorado looks more decent against TCU, that could be a little bit of that. A little bit. Just because it's going to have so many eyes on it. It's going to have a lot of eyes on it.
Yeah. No, you're right. It will. And I've seen people pick Colorado as one of the 2 wins just because they absolutely do not want to lose that game.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Or what if they would go in and beat Minnesota on the opening Thursday night?
I mean, that has the potential because you're a 7 to 8 point underdog. It's literally the first impression.
Everyone will be watching it.
And for a third, you'll kind of own the conversation for a couple of days before Saturday. And considering that the opening Saturday is nothing to write home about. Yeah, the Minnesota game might be
as big. That could be as big as anything else we brought up for a win. Honestly, which is kind of crazy and maybe a little sad, but I don't know. When Riley got off to the 6-7-0 start before they lost to Wisconsin, were there any wins in that group?
Well, that was Oregon. That was the Oregon.
Oregon. That would have been Oregon. Yeah,
but that was really the only one of that group that was like, oh wow, Oregon. But still, it's a fun exercise. 2x2, 2 wins, pick
John,
2 losses.
It's a fun exercise because this fan base has not experienced true joy for so long. They don't even know what it is.
No, I know.
I mean, legitimately, this fan base has been joy-free for the better part of an entire decade right now.
Yeah.
And you could say that joy light for 2 decades, but especially the last decade, there haven't been. It's incredible. I don't think you can find a program. I guess the Michigan State game in 2015, right? the Iowa win last year. I mean, it barely
But they're
scratches
fleeting
the
moments.
surface.
They're just fleeting moments.
There's very little meaning in the games that have been joyful,
right?
For this program. The Oregon one is probably it, right? Since Bo's last year in 2014.
No, it's
so
true.
almost a decade with just a true victory. And I bet there isn't a program that's out there that's like that hasn't had a big win for 10 years.
When you consider that Nebraska is the only Power 5 team not to make a bowl game in the last 5 years. Yeah. I mean, it's hard to come by because you don't get those season defining wins. It's hard to define a season when you go 4-8.
Yeah.
It's hard to define a season when you go 3-9.
This is why I'm a little, people will get frustrated with me because I say, look, if you're still talking about 5 wins or goodness sakes, 4 wins next year, that basically means another year without a moment of joy, like a moment of true joy in a victory. And like, I think a lot of people in this fan base are impatient to feel some dang joy, even if it's a taste, but you're not getting that with 4 wins. You're not.
No, not this year.
Unless it's some kind of crazy kooky year where maybe I don't even know how to construct a realistic 4 or 5 win season where there's truly joyful moments.
I'll say this. You could beat Michigan, but if you go 4-8, it's not going to feel like you accomplished a whole lot. And only because I realize it's the same record as last year. Michigan still has that potential of being that kind of a program, an unexpected win. But part of the problem is, and I saw this, Matt Rule spoke with Andy Staples of On3 last week and said something to the effect of the situation he inherited here is like what he had year 2 at Baylor and Temple. Well, if you remember the year 2 at Baylor and Temple, they were bowl eligible. So he's comparing this year, first year at Nebraska, to year 2 at his other 2 stops, not year 1. So even he's kind of laying the map out there for, we should be able to win 6 games and get to a bowl game. He's not saying that out loud, but he's kind of implying it. And I think a lot of people right now, 4-8 is still going to be 4-8. And even though I'm still going to be cautious and pump the brakes and say we can hope for it, not expect it, I still look at this as year 1, not a year 2. But
right,
I know
that, and I get that. But man, I think there are some people who are as impatient as I, and it may be unreasonable. But gosh dang it, it's been a decade since that feeling has even been felt for anyone. And like, it's waiting for it. I get it. It may not be fair to Matt Rule, but waiting another, if you're saying, well, it's not, if you're saying 5 wins this year and you're not getting even that moment this year, you're like, just got to wait another year. I mean, we've had entire generations that haven't felt this at this point. It is time. Listen, people hated all the talk about the close games and the almosts, but the improvement that is happening in the coaching situation should push some of those almost to actual joy, because how close were you to those joyful moments and didn't go over the edge? That I want to see a little bit. I want to see that bridge gapped at some point, or that gap bridged at some point.
Well, I have great news for you.
What's that?
I have reason for you to feel joy today. Just in on the wire. Pioneer Seed Corn is the new sponsor of the Nebraska-Iowa Heroes game. Pioneer has been helping heroes in the field for generations, but usually it's corn and soybean fields across the Midwest. And now they are the title sponsor of the Heroes game.
Wow, did they outbid Hy-Vee? Wow.
Must have. Now I don't remember. Was Hy-Vee still the sponsor last year?
Maybe they weren't. I don't know. Maybe they weren't. But they were at one point.
Yes, I know they were. I don't remember if they were. Yeah, the Pioneer Heroes game.
I don't know. You could go
give them a big combine, or actually the symbol for Pioneer isn't that big corn cob? They could just repurpose That awkward corn
It's
cob
like
trophy.
the infinity symbol with the thing.
Yes,
Oh.
that's what it is. Yeah, you're thinking of
basically
John.
the
You're thinking of
Iowa
DeKalb.
You're thinking
DeKalb. That's right. That's right. DeKalb is the big corn.
You know,
cob.
Iowa corn.
There's one way you could find out who the sponsor is, and that is to go to the Nebraska Trophy case in Lincoln and go check out on the trophy who it was. Ooh,
great point.
Ooh,
great point.
I said that.
You did.
I
You
said
did say that.
That
was the
you.
same-
You get to do that when you win.
It was the
even
same
if your
trophy.
team's bad.
It was the same trophy that the volleyball team was looking longingly at as they were starving to death.
I don't think they were looking longingly at that.
I'm so hungry. That trophy looks so delicious right now. I could eat that trophy.
You got, yeah, they were probably saying, "Wait, you got that trophy for winning a game?"
Would you like to see our trophies? Dave says Shields was the sponsor the last few years.
My bad. Can you imagine if there were volleyball rivalry trophies? Jeez. Why don't we do this in other sports in the Big Ten? Why is it just football?
Because they don't want. Because they don't want Nebraska having all the trophies.
Well, let's get men's basketball. Let's get some rivalry trophies for about 80% of the games. Let's do it in volleyball. Let's do it in everything. Let's make it. I mean, we're building this huge, giant new wing. There's got to be some room for some additional trophy cases.
That's not a bad idea. I don't know why the trophy game thing never took off in other sports. It's always just a football thing. But.
Yeah, sad.
All
sad.
right. All right. Well, make sure you have a complete breakfast tomorrow, and
I will.
And we'll continue to tackle the Husker 2x2. Getting a lot of great responses. I'm looking forward to hearing some of the rationale from some of the folks.
I might even have a 2x2.
Is your mic even on?
Yes.
Oh, barely sounds like.
Yeah, all of
through.
these mics are really bad right now.
Yeah, nothing changed since you came back.
It's great.
It's still bad. Jack Mitchell, ladies and gentlemen, our sister
All right.
station, KLIN. Have a good week.
See you later.
There he is, Jack Mitchell, ladies and gentlemen. Got more to come. Mitch Sherman to join us. Tom Kakert. We're previewing Iowa in 25 teams in 25 grums. That's right. Our first preview as we count down to football right here on 1620 The Zone. Every truck tells a story. You can make yours a strong one with Woodhouse Chevy in Omaha and Missouri Valley. The Chevy Silverado is America's truck with the toughness, dependability, versatility, and great looks to back it all up. And right now, you can find your new Silverado today at both metro locations of Woodhouse Chevy. Woodhouse Chevy Omaha, 112th and Dodge. Woodhouse, Missouri Valley, exit 75, I-29. And right now, you can save $6,000 off MSRP on a new 2023 Silverado 1500. You need to shop online? You can go to woodhouse.com. You can shop their entire selection at both dealerships with one click of a mouse. While you're there, you can also schedule a test drive, fill out the credit app, and value your trade. So for your new 2023 Silverado, find new roads to Woodhouse Chevy, 112th and Dodge in Omaha, I-29, exit 75, Missouri Valley. With approved credit, see dealer for details. Expires 7/31/23.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley.
The best programs that have the best bond between players, the way you recruited that kid when he was a junior or senior in high school, and the way you treated him and got to know him is the same when he gets on campus, and he's not just a number. Exactly. He's still that same person that you were in mama's front room eating dinner and trying to woo mom and dad or whoever that they could trust you with their son. You develop about a 6-year relationship and then hopefully a relationship for life as a coach.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley. Weekdays 6 to 10 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast presented by Funplex Water Park and Rides from the KETV Newswatch 7 Weather Center on 1620 The Zone.
Mostly sunny, hot, and humid for your Monday afternoon with a high today in Omaha of 95, but feeling closer to 102. A heat advisory now remains in effect until 9 p.m. on Thursday, expecting heat indices throughout the week between 100 to 107 degrees. Southerly winds possible up to 15 miles an hour. Tonight, becoming partly cloudy, staying warm with a low of 71. I'm meteorologist Caitlin Harvey with KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
No better time than now to focus on your garden or landscape. Come shop Lanaha's Garden Center, filled with the area's best quality plants, flowers, and trees. Rooted in quality, unmatched value. Lanaha Nurseries, 192nd and Center.
Shop Sid Dillon Chevrolet, Nebraska's #1 volume Chevy dealer. Visit any of our 4 locations for your new Chevy or pre-owned vehicle, or at SidDillonChevy.com. Chevy, find new roads.
You are what drives us, Sid Dillon.
It started in Lincoln. Now it's in Omaha. It's Muchachos. At the heart of Muchachos is family. Muchachos uses New Mexican flavors with smoked barbecue passed down from generations. This flavor sensation is called New Mexican Barbecue Fusion. Come get your eat on and nosh on slow smoked pork brisket, chicken, queso, and mac. Try the fan favorite Hatch Mac Burrito with a craft beer or margarita. Muchachos is south of the Old Market at 1285 South 13th Street, or check them out at yomuchacho.com.
Happy birthday to us. That's right. We're turning 50 this year, and we're celebrating with you. Introducing my new birthday cake streusel, topped with vanilla cake and crunchy streusel, a swirl of white icing, and showered with rainbow sprinkles. Paired with our classic combo, the one that started it all, and your favorite one-topping pizza. Happy birthday feast. Enjoy one today. Godfather's Pizza. Do it.
The Zone Hotline is powered by 42 Degrees, The Source, by your mom's house.
This is unsportsmanlike conduct.
I am very strange.
The 1620. The Zone.
It is Big Ten Media Days week, brought to you by Fremont Roofing Company and PB&J Welding Supply, with support from Ultimate Baseball Academy. Gary and Connor will be there, and of course we'll have coverage right here 6A to 6P Wednesday and Thursday here on 1620 The Zone. We mentioned a little bit earlier, we almost need like a daily update on what's happening in the world of Northwestern lawsuits, because, yep, there's more. And we have the first lawsuit filed on behalf of a female athlete. So this branches well beyond the football program now. But the volleyball player who is suing is claiming she was injured while running sprints as part of a punishment sanctioned by Coach Shane Davis, and that Davis, quote, enabled a culture of racism, bullying, harassment, hazing, and retaliation within the Northwestern volleyball program. Davis is also listed as a defendant, along with both of the recent presidents and the 3 most recent athletic directors. Her lawyers filed multiple lawsuits on behalf of Northwestern football players last week. They're now filing a separate lawsuit on her behalf. The complaint outlines the, quote, institutional failures at Northwestern beyond the volleyball and football programs, shedding a light of corrupt athletic department. The volleyball player in question attended Northwestern from 2019 through 2023. She said she had contracted COVID in February 21, and the coaches decided to punish her for breaking the team's COVID safety guidelines. She claims she followed those guidelines. So in early March of that year, according to the lawsuit, Davis, the coach, told his team's captains to pick a, quote, punishment for the player. The captains then voted to make the player run suicide sprints that included diving to the ground at each line on the gymnasium floor while her teammates and coaches watched. She said she was injured and required medical attention after completing the sprints. The following day, Northwestern opened a investigation into hazing within the program, according to the lawsuit. ESPN was told on Monday that the school investigated and, quote, confirmed that hazing had taken place. Then in a written statement, the university said appropriate disciplinary action was taken. The university canceled 2 games and implemented mandatory anti-hazing training. So this is just one more lawsuit. But then a former quarterback filed a 3-count lawsuit against Northwestern. identifying one Northwestern football coach who allegedly witnessed the hazing and sexual conduct and failed to report it. Other coaches and staff accused of disregarding obvious raucous hazing and sexual acts. The group of former Northwestern football players who are working with civil rights attorney Ben Crump and the Chicago firm of Levin and Perconti will announce their lawsuit against the school Monday. Per the release, quote, the complaint will include named plaintiffs with horrific incident details. The complaint will also state that 2 assistant coaches were hazed in similar ways as players.
What the hell is the culture at this school?
I don't know. I know it's not great. Well, ladies and gentlemen, for the first time, President Michael Schill has spoken. Well, not exactly. He typed out his response. Well, he probably dictated the typing and had his secretary type out the response. But
Or maybe he just put it into chat, one of those AI chat bots, and he's like, make an apology.
Maybe.
Make a statement.
Well, here it is. It was sent out to the Northwestern community. As you no doubt are aware, the last few weeks have been very difficult and challenging time for our university. The investigation into allegations of hazing in our football program and the subsequent dismissal of former head coach Pat Fitzgerald have placed us and our athletic program in the national spotlight. The scrutiny and accompanying media criticism have been especially difficult for our student athletes as they prepare for the start of the fall season and the coming academic year. I have read and heard broad condemnations of our athletic program in articles, social media, and press conferences. The picture painted by some of these commenters of our program, our student athletes, and the university itself is entirely inconsistent with the Northwestern we all know and love. While there is no doubt in my mind that shameful events did take place in the football program, I also know that the vast majority of our student athletes in football and our other 18 D1 teams are people of character who will do amazing things both on the field and in the classroom. I am proud of them. So it was 2 paragraphs of not much.
Nothing.
And this qualifies as, I guess, answering to the criticism, but it really doesn't.
It feels like too little, too late. Something like this should have been addressed at least the following Monday after the first reports came out.
Well, of course, what has still not been addressed yet. And really, it's the most basic thing that needs to be addressed. Beyond just, hey, was there untoward things happening in the program, which obviously is the bigger issue.
Right.
But we have still yet to have an explanation why 2 Fridays ago, the transgressions warranted a 2-week suspension in July, the deadest period of the year for college athletics. And then 48 hours later, that same punishment turned into firing with cause, no buyout. Again, like going from 30 days in jail to the death penalty. And why that change was made. That's the most basic thing right now that Northwestern's president has to answer to. Beyond the stuff that's being litigated or will be litigated in court. But the fact that it was apparently that whatever happened wasn't bad enough beyond just a 2-week suspension. And then 48 hours later, it turned into you're fired and we're not paying you off. And we haven't heard boo about that. And now we probably won't. And again,
unless that comes out in court, one of the hearings.
But see, I don't even think that matters as much. Well, I mean, it does matter.
I mean, it would almost have to be something completely deplorable if it led from a 2-week thing to a firing, unless
right, but
that's
just an error in judgment. I suppose that could be used as an excuse to say, well, this shows you how out of touch the administration was, that they thought this was only worth 2 weeks, and then the story became public and they had to reverse course. That much I get, but and more will keep coming out. I saw a report today. They estimated there could be up as many as 30 different lawsuits by the time all is said and done. All against Northwestern. Is there always a chance that there's an attorney out there trying to take advantage of the situation and trying to jump in on a mass payday? Of course there is. There always is that opportunity. But there is more than enough smoke here, and we still haven't heard anything from Northwestern administration. So we'll see how many more lawsuits come out this week. And we're now up to at least 3 lawsuits. Well, actually, it's now 4 because you got the volleyball one, this new football one, 0 press conferences by Northwestern administration. All right, still to come. We've got Mitch Sherman, who will join us here in about 15 minutes from The Athletic as we get ready for Big Ten Media Days this week. Also, a little bit later on, we start 25 teams and 25 grums. The Iowa Hawkeyes are first. The team that shall be last on the schedule shall be first on 1620 The Zone.
Big names, big games. We've got them all. 1620 The Zone.
If you're tired of trading one dead-end job for another, trade your job for a career. The International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers has positions open right now. As an IBEW electrician, you'll get training, higher pay, paid healthcare, and retirement. Build a better life for you and your family. Make it happen. Call 402-810-0789 right now. That's 402-810-0789 or get details at IBEW22.org.
Hey everyone, Josh Peterson here for my friends at Miracle Hill Golf and Tennis, where we are now less than 2 weeks away from the 6th annual Golf Flash 4-person scramble. How do you get signed up? Go to the website, miraclehillgolf.com/store. Only $320 per team. You and 3 others. There'll be the golf, the cart. You're going to get fed. There'll be a tee gift prizes. The program will be there for a 1 Beer Friday. Folks, you do not want to miss out on this. We have had so much fun over the last 5 years. We know that year 6 is going to be a great time as well. School's not in session. Football season hasn't begun. But I mean, really, it's kind of always like the unofficial kickoff for us. It's a noon shotgun start, so it'll be perfect. You'll finish right as we go on into the happy hour and beyond. Hope to see you there. Also, as always, you can give them a call at 402-498-0220. You can book your tee times today for the full course, for the Top Tracer building, for club fittings, and a whole lot more. They're located just north of Dodge on 120th Street, Miracle Hill Golf and Tennis.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Sorry I'm late. I got here as fast as I could. What'd I miss?
What did you miss? You missed the stop sign at the corner.
You barely missed your little sister on her bike.
You see Mrs. Turner walking her dog? Luckily, he's on a leash, or you wouldn't have missed him.
Don't miss the point of this message. Drive the speed limit and pay attention, or you might end up missing all of your friends, family, and freedom. Brought to you by the NDOT Highway Safety Office.
How powerful is Cox Fiber? So powerful that one day, your daughter will be able to simulate a soccer match against some of the world's best players right from your backyard. Introducing Cox Fiber. With fiber-fast speeds, it's internet built for tomorrow, today. Limited availability in select areas. Speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Cox terms and other restrictions apply.
Email any of our shows anytime into the Equitable Bank inbox. At Equitable, we take banking personally. For me, John at 1620thezone.com. The Equitable Bank inbox from 1620 The Zone.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Studios turned into a NASCAR pit crew here. Had to replace a battery. Do it under caution.
Hello.
So we don't lose a lap. Did we lose a lap? We didn't lose a lap.
We didn't lose a lap.
And your mic works.
It's more like a Formula One pit stop, the superior pit stops.
Please. They don't do anything. All they do is they lift the car up and give it gas.
They don't give them gas in Formula One, actually. They get gas at the beginning, then they have to do the whole race on a tank of gas.
Well, that's just wonderful.
McLaren had a 2-second pit stop yesterday, John.
And oh, by the way, the same guy wins every week.
Yeah, but other people are getting second and third.
Cool. That's great. This is the Ricky Bobby of sports. It's either first or last. Mitch Sherman will join us here in just a little bit. I was reading Jim Bowden of The Athletic, who believes that the Cubs would be smart to trade Cody Bellinger and Marcus Stroman. Now, I have been one to say they need to hang on to Stroman. He wants to be there. He's been a heck of a pitcher, though he's struggled here in the second half of the season or the last 3 or 4 outings. But I don't know if you've seen this, but Cody Bellinger might be the greatest player in baseball right now. Move over, guy in Anaheim, whatever your name is.
Whatever your name. That's disrespectful, John.
No, what's disrespectful is the idea that the Cubs might want to trade Cody Bellinger. They need to hang on to this guy. He has been amazing. He's hitting .465 since beginning of the month. He's had 9 home runs this month. And he's hitting everything in sight. The guy's only 28 years old. This is exactly the type of person that you hold on to. I get it. You only have him signed for this year. But literally, you just say, you know what, Cody? We're going to sign you in the offseason. We're going to make this happen. We're going to make you bank. I get it. His agent is Boras. So certainly he's going to take his services to the highest bidder. But at this point, I wouldn't think of trading him. He seems to want to be in Chicago. He's liked what he's done. He's had a career revival. Saturday, he just reached out and just flipped the ball into right field. Just pulled the ball just by flicking his wrist and hitting it off the end of the bat. He is hitting everything in sight right now, and even the ones he's not scalding, he's hitting well. If I am the Cubs, this is the kind of guy you can build around.
Plus, he's been to a World Series.
Well, that's when he was really good, and then he fell off a cliff with the Dodgers, and now he has found the Garden of Eden at Wrigley Field.
Or maybe it's like, are you sure it's not comparatively better?
He's been better. He's been very good. Very, very good. Hang on to him. Just let Cody cook. I'm not even saying this because I think the Cubs are going to make the playoffs. I don't think they're going to make the playoffs. They're still too far back in the division. The Reds and the Brewers are better teams. They're not going to make the wild card. But this is the guy you build around. Seriously, this is better than anything you've got in the farm system right now. So go for it. Hang on to him. If you want to trade Stroman, trade Stroman. But I would move heaven and earth right now to say, Cody, name your price. Let's do this. Let's put this together. Move forward. Because he has been awesome this month and getting better by the second. It's the only thing I have to look forward to. Yeah. By the way, still getting some great responses to our Husker 2x2 question. We're going to tackle this during the happy hour today, so about an hour away. Pick any 2 wins. You get to choose games that Nebraska will win this year. But in exchange, you also have to take 2 losses. And how you decide to structure that is totally up to you. I don't think there's a wrong answer or a right answer. I'm going to give you what I think is my right answer based on what I think is possible. All the other games are left up to fate. All the other games are just up in the air. But if you could choose, I want these 2 as wins, but I have to take these 2 as losses. What would your answer be? Got an email into the Equitable Bank inbox from Colin, who said Nebraska, Michigan, probably big noon on Fox. Big Ten slate is awful that day, and Ohio State is off that weekend. It's the best Big Ten game of the weekend. Certainly it could be, but either way, whether it's big noon kickoff, and by the way, we'll have some of those TV numbers a little bit later on in the Grum, because I think they paint an interesting story. Whether it's big noon or it's Big Ten Saturday night on NBC, it's going to be on network television. It is going to be at least 5 million viewers, maybe north of 6. Absolute opportunity to make a splash at home. So either way, I would go there. Max into the email inbox says, I would take Minnesota and Michigan as 2 wins. I am fairly confident we can beat Colorado, Northern Illinois, Louisiana Tech. That would mean a 5-0 start, 2-0 in the Big Ten. How awesome would that be? The 2 losses would be Michigan State and Maryland. I'd rather we have a shot against the rest of the Big Ten West. Don't really care about losing to the Spartans and the Terrapins. I see the logic there. You would be suffering a home loss, and they would be both later in the season, which is another thing I factored in, early versus late. Do you want to be peaking at a certain time, or do you want to get off to a great start? How do you balance that? But again, you get to pick any 2 Nebraska wins, but in exchange, you have to absorb 2 losses. What would your 2x2 be? You can send yours into the Equitable Bank inbox, John at 1620thezone.com, or use the J-Tech Construction Zone Twitter feed at USC 1620. Maybe I'll just do this from now on.
Your arms are going to get so tired.
Yeah, I'm just going to do this from now on. It's X. You haven't noticed, it's X now.
X.
But send yours in, and then we'll take your calls too in that hour. Because I'm curious to hear some of the rationale behind the games that folks pick. Coming up next, Mitch Sherman's going to join us from The Athletic. A reminder that a week from this Friday is Golf Flash. It is right around the corner. We've been promoting this for 3 weeks now. 2 weeks, less than 2 weeks away, a week from this Friday, Miracle Hill Golf and Tennis, just north of 114th and Dodge. Get your teams assembled. We have guaranteed at least $100 prizes for every hole. All prizes, all hole prizes will be valued at least $100. You get the golf, you get the carts, food. We're going to be there for a One Beer Friday. All those tee prizes, like I mentioned, just $320 per team. Team of 4. Join us. Golf Flash. The Grum will be there. Shotgun start at noon at Miracle Hill. Go to miraclehillgolf.com. Click on the store button for all the details. For those of you watching it on the stream, I will flash up the graphic again during the break, and you can get more details there for Golf Flash 2023, August 4th, Friday, August 4th, a One Beer Friday at Miracle Hill. Back with Mitch Sherman of The Athletic right after this on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Backlund Plumbing Time-Saving Traffic Center, looks like we've got a crash, slowing things down on 40th at Leavenworth. Otherwise, if you're south on 72nd, expect delays between I-80 and L Street. Also, a little bit of a delay on westbound 370 between 72nd and 84th. And then if you're west on Dodge, delays between 680 and 120th. I'm Mike Neville.
This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Lanahan Nurseries.
No better time than now to focus on your garden or landscape. Come shop Lanahaw's Garden Center, filled with the area's best quality plants, flowers, and trees. Rooted in quality, unmatched value. Lanahaw Nurseries, 192nd and Center.
The time between Memorial Day and Labor Day is known as the 100 Deadliest Days. It's a time when school's out and experienced drivers are spending more time on the road, and fatal car crashes increase dramatically. In 2020 alone, the 100 Deadliest Days accounted for 37% of all traffic fatalities in Nebraska. Don't let distractions blind you. Focus on the basics. Watch your speed. Eliminate distractions. Never drive impaired. And always buckle up. Brought to you by NDOT Highway Safety Office and the Nebraska chapter of the National Safety Council.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online. Just go to 4hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right. Get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/radio. That's 4hims.com/radio for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/RADIO.
Hi, everybody. Kent Pavelka here to talk about your local concrete experts at Everlevel Concrete Repair. Now, if you have cracked or uneven concrete, Everlevel can do it all with their complete repair solutions. They fix cracks, lift sunken slabs, and protect the surface, all at a fraction of the price compared to replacement. And better yet, they offer long-term transferable warranties. I'm so glad I chose Everlevel for my driveway. Give them a call for your free inspection. That's Everlevel, Everlevel, Everlevel. Try saying that 3 times fast.
Hey everyone, Josh Peterson here. Hope to see you at Golf Flash, the 6th straight year we've done so at Miracle Hill Golf and Tennis. Get signed up today by visiting miraclehillgolf.com. Prizes of at least $100 on every single hole. It's miraclehillgolf.com.
Let it fly. Your elevated sports bar experience. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620, The Zone.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic joining us.
Hello, guys. The intent that he had in putting this staff together will overrule all of that, no pun intended. Yeah, you've got to get bigger and bolder every time, right?
Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic, who last week returned from vacation. I understand you were a little under the weather after the trip. You feeling better now, Mitch?
I am, yeah. I'm all good to go to Indy tomorrow, so thanks for your concern. But I had a few extra days to rest than what I was planning. So it's been a tumultuous month of July for me, but let's
I guess
turn the page now and football season is here.
I don't know what it is, but the 2 or 3 times I came down with whatever I came down with, it was the worst, happened in the summer. Not in the winter, but in the summer. There's just something about getting sick in summertime. It hits different.
So from like the 4th of July up through the middle of the month, I basically wasn't working much and I probably drank and ate to a degree that my 48-year-old body did not like. Let's just say that. And I paid the price last week.
I hear you there. You know what would help, Mitch? A good breakfast. That's what.
Yes, it would.
Especially,
I'll work on that. I have been doing that. Last week's been very healing for me.
That is good. Of course, we're joking about the tweet that went out earlier today. Do you think there was an underlying current of dissension within the athletic department between the football and the volleyball programs, or is it just kind of that jealousy that can sometimes exist when you have the differing kind of scenarios that take place, especially when you have a volleyball team who's so good, but a football team that basically pays all the bills?
I don't think there has been. And I think if there's anything along those lines that exists now, that the person who would put an end to that immediately is Matt Rule, considering what the way that he supported the sports at Nebraska in the winter and spring last year. I mean, he hasn't been here through a volleyball season, and he's not going to be able to go to Devaney in the same way that he did Haymarket Park and wrestling meets and, tennis matches. But I definitely think he's going to find a way to spread some love to John Cook and his program. And he's already done that. I mean, I talked to him in June about how he wishes that he was able to attend the big volleyball event on August 30th. Of course, he can't because it's the day before the season opener. And
they'll be in Minnesota,
in Minneapolis. But I've not in recent times I've not sensed any of that. In fact, I think the opposite, where athletes from those two programs seem to get along well. You can go back to like Nicklin Hames and Adrian Martinez a few years ago, were friends, and the captains of the two respective teams. They, I think, had a good relationship, and others too. I don't know what that was. I wasn't a current player, so maybe that has something to do with it. But a very prominent big name nonetheless. So it was surprising to see.
Should we be surprised that Eric Gilbert's waiver is still up in the air? Here we are, July 24th. Camp opens in a week, and this transfer tight end from Georgia, we're still not sure if he's going to be eligible this year.
This is kind of the way these things go. I mean, we've seen it through with basketball. Sometimes these waivers will last until the season begins or after it begins, which just seems it's not right. Like, someone has to rule on it. So is it sitting on a person's desk? I mean, how many of these can there really be? You have to, I don't know how much they study the situation or what there really is to study. I mean, he was at two schools, left them both. I think they've documented the reasons, and there's reasons that go beyond football, clearly, for Eric Gilbert. So it's just a yes or a no. I don't know why there's a delay, but I do know that these kind of things definitely happen. Now, Nebraska's not started practice, and that's still a few days away.
Right.
And even when it does start practice, he can practice. So they're not really missing out on anything yet. You get into that period where you're maybe 2 weeks to 10 days before the opener, and then you're going to have to start game planning and figuring out what your rotation is going to be at the tight end spot. So at that point, it would be really nice to know.
Mitch Sherman joining us of The Athletic. He will be at Big Ten Media Days as well. And, of course, you'll be able to read all his great coverage and reaction and commentary in The Athletic later this week. I'm not really sure. I mean, I know that Matt Rule will probably say some things that a lot of the national folks will take note of. But because not a lot has changed with this program in the last couple of weeks, outside of the recruiting part of it, which he really can't speak to directly, do you expect to learn anything new this week about Nebraska specifically?
No, not really. Matt Rule's been pretty accessible through the offseason, more so than what we've seen. And I'm not just talking about Scott Frost, but you can go back,
generally,
multiple coaches. We haven't had a lot of access. The public hasn't, to head coaches in the offseason, with the exception of spring ball. And, Rule has popped up and he did it. I talked to him in June, in Houston at a satellite camp, along with several others in the media. And he did an interview last week, again in Houston at the Texas High School Coaches Association convention. I listened to that today, and the talking points. There was some new kind of flavors in his comments about what they've done in recruiting here this summer. And that's something I think that he can definitely speak to. I mean, of course, he's not going to talk about specific recruits, but he can talk in general about what the staff has accomplished in putting together this 24 class. And I do think that that's going to be a fair amount of the talk, at least from what people locally want to ask him about, because all of the stuff about the team and how they're going to play and what his expectations are and how he feels about Nebraska, I think those will be popular questions for people who've not covered him. But he's been so open in talking about all of that so many times since the end of November that you're right. None of that has changed and won't until they get into practice and really until they get into the season.
Is there a question that if you had an answer to it, it would better help shape your opinion on where they will finish this season?
Yeah, I would want to like give him truth serum.
Yeah.
he has to answer the question.
Yes, you must answer this
without any coach speak.
Right.
I really want to know how he feels about their play at the line of scrimmage. And, you can talk up some of the returning players, and I think there are nice pieces there among returning players. But are they ready to gel as an offensive line? I mean, are they really there? Do they have the kind of depth that they need? Maybe the answer is yes. It's changed a lot since the end of last season. I mean, they didn't have Nuri Nwili all year. They didn't have Ben Scott. He was at Arizona State. Other things have changed. Guys are healthier. Guys have changed positions. So is that enough to inspire real confidence? And I know they get tired of that question because they say it's not all about the offensive line. Those guys have taken too much of the criticism. But, I mean, you watched the season last year, and it's difficult to come away with any observation other than that was a real problem.
Yes.
So I think the linemen are ready to turn the page, and the coaches are ready to turn the page. And they're certainly not ready to – they're certainly not going to they're going to err on the side of being optimistic with that group, until they play. So, if I knew how he really, truly felt, I would – and if how he really, truly feels is what he's saying, well, then I feel better about the season. Same thing with the defensive line. It's, lost some key pieces there, and they're going through a scheme change that's pretty significant. So how do they really feel? Do they think that this is something that can click and work in year one, or are they a year away from having the depth and the pieces and the experience that are going to make it work?
At some point, Mitch, I mean, we'll nail this down. And of course, this question about expectations can be answered different ways by different people, but universally, can we almost say the expectation this year is going to be 6 wins and a bowl game?
I don't think they'll say that. I don't think anybody who is in Indy this week is going to say that their expectation is to get to a bowl game. And if I was in their situation, I wouldn't approach it that way too. I mean, you look at the schedule, and there's a game on there. I think it's September 28th. Is that right? Yeah.
Yes. Michigan.
Right there. It's a Michigan game. That you can't realistically go into the season and say, I think Nebraska has a chance in that game. Anything can happen on that day. There's injuries that can happen, but they're a huge underdog on everyone's radar in that game. Everything else is just kind of out there. I mean, there's no other game on the schedule where you look at it and you say Nebraska has no chance to win that game. Even, and I think Minnesota is maybe next as far as the most difficult, just because of where it's at and who it's against, and you have nothing to base your progress on other than practice up until that point. But so they're not going to look at that schedule and know what they have in front of them and say, well, the best we can do is 6. They certainly are going to aim higher than that. But from an objective outside perspective, I think that maybe not the expectation, but like realistic in what you would gauge as progress for this team and this program is getting to the postseason. Absolutely.
Mitch Sherman joining us from The Athletic. Is there a most important game on the schedule?
I mean, you always want to point to a conference game because they have double the emphasis. They affect your conference record. They affect your overall record.
Right.
I might stray from that a little bit and say Colorado. Now, if Nebraska beats Minnesota, then the Colorado game is gravy. But I mean, you want to win it, and you're feeling really good going in there about your chances to win it. But if things go as I think they'll go in Minneapolis, and they're 0-1 heading to Boulder, I mean, an 0-2 start, it just you come home at 0-2, it's deflating. I know there'll still be excitement in the stadium for week 3, but you also know that Michigan's looming out there in a couple weeks, and it just that first month, I think it would put a real sense of disappointment over the start to the Rule era if they come home without a win, because Colorado was so bad and they're a mess. I mean, call it what it is. It's not good. They're the situation with their program and their team. Are they bringing in talent in the future? Could they be really talented in a year or two if things click? Absolutely. I mean, he's going after the highest end players in the country. But is there any possibility that they'll be all on the same page and ready to play like a team after one game? I don't think so. And then the baseline for them is just so far below what it was, even for Nebraska last year. Colorado was just so terrible that that's one, if you're Nebraska, that I think you have to win. I see it as a really, really important game if they don't come away with a victory in the opener.
Mitch, they're one of the first teams that's going to go on opening day Wednesday. And of course, it's the school that all the attention has been on, Northwestern. How much do you expect that story, even though I don't expect to hear a whole lot, given it's the interim head coach who will be the one talking? Do you expect that story is going to take up a lot of the oxygen in the room in the absence of anything substantive being actually said by the folks from Northwestern?
Yeah, it'll be the biggest. There'll be more eyes on Northwestern, sadly, for this media day without a permanent head coach there than Pat Fitzgerald has enjoyed in any of his times to Big Ten media days. I mean, he's was always a charismatic figure there, and the media liked to talk to him, but it was more in a, hey, we're here and we're checking in, and it's nice to see you kind of way.
Mm-hmm.
Even in the years where Northwestern was coming off of a success, even in the years where it went to a good bowl game or won the Big Ten West, there were never really the expectations the next year that Northwestern was going to do it again. It was always a surprise when Northwestern rose up and won 10 games, 9 games. So this is different. It's going to be a lot. There's so much scrutiny on not just the football program, but the athletic department right now that everyone's, going to just kind of wants a piece of them. And so that's a tough spot to be in if you're there and you're representing them. I'm sure their players will do a great job because, that's these are like 30 ACT. I mean, kids. These are kids that will represent the university well. They go to Northwestern. They are smart. They know how to do that. So, but it's still a tough spot to be in, to go there and have to be in this position so close to what has just happened there.
We have seen, and we always see coming out of these conference media days, certainly the Big 12 and the Pac-12 media days have been all about the unrest and the possibility of change. In the Southeastern Conference, it's, it's always a circus down there, so it's a different ball of wax. Are you expecting anything interesting, newsworthy coming out of Big Ten media days? Certainly last year you had the specter of a new television contract. You had Kevin Warren. You didn't know what the future was going to hold. But this year it almost seems like sans in the Northwestern stuff. It doesn't sound like there's a lot of stuff newsworthy coming from the conference that everyone's anticipating. Whatever it is they do, everyone else reacts to it.
Yeah, no bombshells other than Northwestern, which is now a week or so old. Right now, there's always something that could pop up in the next 48 to 72 hours, but it seems like a more of a calm time than it's been for some in the Big Ten than it's been for other leagues this summer. We still need to know more, I think, about some of the TV situation. There was cause for alarm earlier in the summer, late in the spring, with the Pete Thamel story about how the deal wasn't done, but seemingly it's in a better position now. And the fact that there's a new commissioner, it'll be really interesting to hear from Tony Petitti. All the reviews that I've heard have been great, and that he is a tremendous fit for this position, according to people who've had a chance to sit with him and who know him. So I'm interested to hear him in person for the first time and to hear his answers to some of the questions and to get a sense from him about what lies ahead here on everything that's going on. There's still a lot going on in the Big Ten with this TV deal that's starting and the looming USC and UCLA additions next year. So he has a lot to talk about, and I think if there's news on the conference level, obviously it's going to come from the new commissioner and what he has to say.
Have you landed yet on who you are picking to win each of the divisions?
No. I mean, I've really just been completely checked out this month. Some out of my control and some under my control. I'm sitting here working on a piece for tomorrow, but it's not about who's going to win the divisions. I guess if you're putting me on the spot, I have a hard time picking against Michigan after the way that the Michigan-Ohio State game has gone the last 2 years. I might even go Penn State if I had to make a choice for a second team. I mean, Ohio State recruits at a level like no one else, but there's big questions at quarterback, and it just kind of feels like things are that they're more gettable right now than in any time in recent years, and they got the last 2 years. So I think Penn State's kind of a trendy pick, but I'd still go with Michigan. And in the West, Iowa. That's where I think there's instability and inexperience and newness at too many places for me to pick anyone other than just old reliable Kirk Ferentz, and he's got his new quarterback who's going to throw for 10,000 yards in Brian Ferentz's offense this season. So go with the Hawks.
They just feel like the safest pick. It always seems like we come back to the, unless you get the deal where Wisconsin just looks like a world beater. It always comes back to the safest pick, and the safest pick is always Iowa.
Well, take some happiness in that this is the last year we'll ever have to have that discussion.
That's true. That is true. This is it. End of the West. We'll see who gets that last trophy. Whoever gets it will have it forever. And ever. And ever.
Is it something you want?
I don't know. I do remember the 2006 Big Ten North Championship trophy was sitting in the lobby of Memorial Stadium for what seemed like the longest time. I mean, just sat there by itself right inside those front doors where you enter to get into the press box elevator. Wyatt always sat there so proudly when you had all of these other great trophies. That must have been a Steve Peterson thing.
Yeah, it could have been. I mean, obviously, you want to get it this year. I didn't mean like you would rather finish second or third than first. But I don't know if it's something that will be proudly displayed on the campus of wherever it lands in November.
It will be a relic. You want to hold on to it because you never know. It may be.
Is there a trophy for the Big Ten West?
I thought there was.
Nebraska has one laying around somewhere. If there is, well, it wasn't the West.
It wasn't the West. It was the Leaders.
I don't know if Nebraska was in the Legends or Leaders. I can't tell you.
I think they were in the Leaders. I don't remember. Well, Mitch, have safe travel to Indianapolis. We'll look forward to all of your great coverage. And then after that, it's the daily grind of practice reports.
Yeah, don't forget about Fan Day.
And Fan Day, which will be indoors, which is a smart thing given the weather forecast.
I'm in favor of, Fan Day indoors. We'll see. Maybe I'll make an appearance at that. But Monday for sure. Monday, first practice. Looking forward to it.
All right. Mitch Sherman of The Athletic. Mitch, always appreciate it. Thanks.
All right. Thanks.
Mitch Sherman joining us as he does every week on Monday on the 42 Degrees, The Source Hotline. We joked at the beginning of that segment on the whole breakfast kerfuffle. And if you missed it, Twitter was ablaze, or I'm sorry, X was ablaze for about an hour or so today when the picture went out from former volleyball player Lauren Stivrins showing a breakfast spread out for the football team. And the tweet read, "Training table is closed and only football is allowed to eat the breakfast here. Make it make sense." And then used several hashtags, including hashtag losing season, and then attached various different Husker accounts, including Trev Alberts.
Losing record.
Or losing record, not losing season, losing record. And of course, that was the thing that got, folks fired up. If you want to see some of the response to it, go back to our second segment today.
This tweet was the Franz Ferdinand of Husker athletics.
It was. Now, I will say this. Everything has now settled down. The tweet has since been taken down. But
all's quiet on the Western Front.
To try to be serious for a moment. And I agree with Mitch. It doesn't appear that there's like this ongoing cultural issue within the athletic department. Jealousies. Now, jealousies are always going to exist in larger organizations. It does all the time. I can speak to a variety of different issues that have happened in this building over the years about this department gets more than this department. We make all the money, blah, 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 blah. It happens. These things do happen. But I think what we saw today, especially where the conversation went, and essentially the conversation, the reaction to the tweet, to the losing season hashtag, went in two different directions. There was the direction of, this is another example of how, women are being taken advantage of, how women aren't respected, how, we've still got a long way to go when it comes to equality issues. We've been the winningest program, et cetera, et cetera. And on the other side, you had folks jumping in on, well, don't forget who pays all the bills. Don't forget who makes all the money. That athletic department is built by football. Period. And so you had people setting up in their separate camps. And listen, there are facts to be had on both sides. Yes, the volleyball program is the most successful program. Period. End of story. Yes, they sold out Memorial Stadium. All of that. It's all true. It's also true that the athletic department does not exist without football. All of these moves that we've been talking about ad nauseum for months, television contracts and the like, all because of football. If football does not exist and the attention to that sport doesn't exist, then most, if not all, of these other sports are club sports. And there's no television and there's no 90,000 seat stadium for any of it. So two things can be true at the same time. What happened here, though, is what tends to happen, whether you want to call it Twitter or whether you want to call it X. When people are used to going off on something without having all of the facts at play. And what I believe to be true that happened today was nothing more than a giant misunderstanding. There was nothing intentional. There was nothing that was meant to isolate one program over another, isolate one group of student athletes over another, prioritize one group of student athletes over another. What simply happened was the training table was closed, as it usually is this time of year. You had athletes on campus, and the football program said, oh, we got to feed the guys. I mean, they're coming in, they're getting their work in. We got to feed them. So do a head count. What do we got? We got 120, whatever. Boom. Order breakfast for 120, period. Paid out of the football budget. Done. It ends up on a big old spread there in a common area where all the athletes commingle, and there was a misunderstanding that it was meant for everybody when it was actually only meant for football. Not because folks forgot, but again, all of these departments work separately from each other at times. There wasn't the universal training table. It was all a misunderstanding. But what happened? Social media and the desire to make a splash and make a point without having all of the facts turned into a place for hot takes and divisiveness when that was never the intention at all. And that's what I think happened today. I don't think it was anything more than that. There was no intent whatsoever to starve the volleyball team or to disrespect the volleyball team. It was just simply football realized, oh, training table's closed. We got to make plans. Order breakfast. And they realized after the fact, oh, everyone else was here too. And it was up to everyone to kind of, it's kind of one of those deals. Everyone was expected to fend for themselves. It's like you go into the school cafeteria. Oh, crap, the cafeteria's closed today. We all got to fend for ourselves. It was kind of like that.
And another thing I've been wondering with that tweet is was it just ribbing, basically, you know? Like, yeah, there could be some, like, truth to, like, that, but could they have just been screwing with them, you know?
I mean, it's possible, but again, it's easy. Well, you know what? Let's open the box.
Okay.
Okay. There have been times here at this building
Mhm.
where there has been lunch ordered in for a certain department.
True.
And there have been folks in other departments who have wondered, well, what about us? Don't we all work here together as one big happy family? And the explanation certainly was, well, you know, a team bonding exercise or whatever the excuse was.
Right.
But it created, and so whatever undercurrents of, oh, that department always gets the favored nation status because they're this or because they're closer to the boss, blah, blah, blah. And so when a moment happens like that, all of those feelings and all the sniping from the other departments
Kind of bubbles
to the surface. It literally has happened in this building.
Mhm.
I've heard it. I've heard about it. That's why I always eat lunch at home anyway. Don't care. But you know what I'm talking about.
No, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Same thing here. There were things, little things bubbling under the surface, and there's going to be those moments where you've got a very successful organization that maybe feels like they still, even to this day, don't get enough respect because they win all the time. They compete for national championships. But when you open up the paper the next day, everything above the fold is about the football team.
Right.
Even though they're losing. But the reality of the situation is 1.9 million people in this state. You can traffic the articles. You can go on the internet. You can, I mean, they research all of this stuff. The articles that get the most clicks, football. Good or bad, winning or losing, football. And that's why they get the lion's share of the attention. And then you can understand where a group of athletes would feel like, man, we're not getting any respect around here. We're winning all the time. We're playing for national titles. How come we're not above the fold? Those things do exist.
Mhm.
And it's a reality of life. There's always going to, the people that live in the biggest house on the biggest side of the hill are always going to get more attention than the people that live in the middle class. It's always been that way. And those are realities of life that we all have to deal with. We don't have to like it all the time, but it's true. And I think what you saw today was an example of that. You saw some of those little, call them jealousies, because, hey, man, we put in the work just like they do, and we actually do good things. We actually win games.
Get results.
We get results. These guys don't. But, again, nothing exists without that program. If Nebraska football does not exist, Nebraska athletics does not exist. Same with Iowa. Same with USC. Same with Notre Dame. And I think you just saw a little bit of that sniping that occasionally happens when these types of goofy moments occur. It turns into something that it never was meant to be.
Right. It just blows up and then it gets out of control.
Yeah. Yep. That was my read on it anyway. All right, still to come. Tom Kakert's going to join us. 25 teams and 25 grums. We begin the countdown to the season with the Iowa Hawkeyes.
Go Hawks.
And coming up next, not all is well in St. Joe. We'll explain next on 1620 The Zone.
The Connor Happer Show.
So he missed the All-Star game in 1945 because of the war. And then in 46, Ted Williams came back and he was like, baseball's back, baby.
He sent out a 2-word fax.
Yes, that's exactly what happened.
Oh, wait. This just in. Breaking news. Ted Williams has sent out a Western Union. Stop. I'm back. Stop.
Thank you, 1940s, man.
The Connor Happer Show. Weekdays from 10 to 2 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast presented by Funplex Water Park and Rides from the KETV Newswatch 7 Weather Center on 1620 The Zone.
Very warm this evening with the temperatures in the upper 80s. Partly cloudy tonight, lower 70s for the lows, and then partly to mostly cloudy on Tuesday. Pretty hot. Highs in the low to mid 90s, but hotter still Wednesday and Thursday. I'm Chief Meteorologist Bill Ranby from KETV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone Traffic.
From the Backlund Plumbing Time-Saving Traffic Center, looks like a crash has the left lane blocked on westbound I-80 at 84th, and that's causing traffic backed up all the way to at least 42nd. Also a wreck on eastbound I-80 at 84th, and that's got traffic backed up to I Street, so avoid the interstate around 84th Street. Looks like delays on eastbound L Street from I-80 to about 90th. There's several pockets of slow going through there. And if you're east on 370, delays between 84th and 72nd. I'm Mike Neville.
This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Backlund Plumbing.
Backlund Plumbing is the most referred plumber in town, and that's because of our professional plumbers. If you'd like to join the Backlund Plumbing team, go to backlundplumbing.com.
Backlund Plumbing, the most referred plumber in town.
Come see the new Mazda CX-30 Carbon Edition at Woodhouse Mazda today. Enjoy great features like heated black side mirror and black wheels, standard i-Active all-wheel drive, and 33 highway miles per gallon. Now available at Woodhouse Mazda in Bellevue or Woodhouse Place Mazda off 144th and Giles. Shop during the Season of Discovery event. $500 rebate plus 2.9% APR for 36 months or 4.9% APR for 60 months. With approved credit, tax, title, license, extra when financed with Mazda Financial. $299 doc fee due at signing. Offer expires 7/31/23. See dealer for details.
Duck Defense Midwest makes your home healthier and improves the life of your HVAC system. So improve the health of your home and everyone in it. Go to cleanairradio.com for a special duct cleaning offer for Zone listeners. That's cleanairradio.com.
The time between Memorial Day and Labor Day is known as the 100 Deadliest Days. It's a time when school's out, inexperienced drivers are spending more time on the road, and fatal car crashes increase dramatically. In 2020 alone, the 100 Deadliest Days accounted for 37% of all traffic fatalities in Nebraska. Don't let distractions blind you. Focus on the basics. Watch your speed. Eliminate distractions. Never drive impaired. And always buckle up. Brought to you by NDOT Highway Safety Office and the Nebraska chapter of the National Safety Council.
Let It Fly Sports Bar is now open in the Capital District in downtown Omaha. Let It Fly Sports Bar is excited to introduce you to a unique twist on food, drinks, and sports, while raising the sports bar dining experience with a new high-end design and incredible food. Our 12,000 square foot sports bar includes 2 floors and a live glass enclosed studio featuring the Let It Fly show and 80 TVs. If you want high energy, entertaining environment while dining, Let It Fly Sports Bar is the spot for you. Now open.
Many people go back to the dealership out of habit or because they think the dealer is the only one who knows how to fix their car. At Omaha Car Care, we offer a better option. We have ASE certified technicians, the technology to service any vehicle, and free loaner cars. The dealer will sell you a package of services. We'll provide the service you want for your car as your trusted partner. I'm Rick Betker, owner of Omaha Car Care, and we'll be along for the ride. Make the right call, fans. The Rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
Rooferees. Unsportsmanlike Conduct with John Bishop and Josh Peterson.
I'm a fan of Kook fans. John Bishop here for Kook fans.
Who doesn't like Kook?
On 1620 The Zone.
Hi there. Starting next week, yes, Chiefs fans, the moment you've been waiting for, the return of Mitch Holthus. Yes, Chiefs haters, the moment you've been dreading, the return of Mitch Holthus.
Don't disrespect him, John.
Don't disrespect him. Training camp updates. Camp is already opened, and not everything is copacetic there in St. Joe. Defensive lineman Chris Jones not reporting because he wants a different contract. They are far apart, according to NFL insiders, on agreement on a new contract. He's got 1 year left on his 4-year, $80 million deal that he signed in 2020, which made him the 9th highest paid defensive tackle. Andy Reid said about Jones's absence, there had been communication. We'll see where it goes from here. If you're not here, we'll just keep moving. That's how we roll. We don't worry about a lot of that. We let it take care of itself. We've got great people working on that. Team chairman Clark Hunt, who signs the paychecks, added that the Chiefs, quote, love Chris when he decides to report, we will welcome him. He also did not report to the mini camp in June. That was mandatory. And he is subjected to a daily fine of $50,000 for his absence. It is believed that Jones would like something a lot closer to Aaron Donald money after being named All-Pro for the first time in his career and had 15 and a half sacks. So, hold out, Chris Jones. We'll see how long this lasts. If anything, Mr. Sue has shown us the way that if you have played enough football, you don't necessarily need the training camp to get ready for the season as long as you keep yourself in shape. And I think more and more players are starting to realize this. And so the holdout is no longer as painful, or at least potentially as detrimental to the player's ability to get ready to play as maybe it was once thought. That's also part of this. Certainly he wants a new deal, but he also realizes, I don't need to be sleeping in no dorm at Missouri Western. I can sleep in my own bed. I can lift my own weights. I can do my own workouts, stay in shape, and I'll be ready to go when the season starts, when it's really time to play ball.
They can just go hang out with Mahomes at his new house and practice on his half field.
That's true. He does have a half field now. That's a good point. Better news for Kadarius Toney. If you missed it over the weekend, Chiefs wide receiver injured a knee in training camp on Sunday. But they are expecting him to be ready for week 1. And, of course, this is a whole new group. The Chiefs are kind of rebuilding things at the wide receiver position. And Toney was going to play a huge role with it. So, bad news, injury. Good news. Shouldn't cause him to miss any time and be ready by week 1. We'll see how soon before he gets active again. And then I saw this over the weekend, with the Royals talking about maybe moving to a new downtown stadium if they can get it approved. The Chiefs are more interested in staying put. Clark Hunt saying that they will look at renovating Arrowhead. They are confident that renovations can keep them in that stadium for years to come versus starting from scratch and building new, which personally I think is better. I get the whole wanting to be downtown. You build your own entertainment district, make a lot of money off the stuff outside the stadium. I just don't know if that works can you imagine what downtown Kansas City would be like if you put 2 new stadiums down there? And Arrowhead's got its place now, even though it is one of the oldest stadiums in the NFL. In fact, if I go through the memory banks, I think it's the second oldest stadium behind Lambeau. It's got its own thing now. And, it's almost to the point where you can't replace it. I'm not saying it's got Wrigley Field or Fenway Park-like characteristics, but for an NFL stadium, it's as close as you're going to get. So I'm glad the Chiefs are looking at staying there instead, because I think that's part of the Chiefs' image. Coming up next, it's time to start 25 teams in 25 grums. And this year, we're changing it up a bit, not just counting down from 25 to 1. We're going to look at Nebraska opponents. We're going to look at teams in the top 10, and then throwing a few wild cards in there as well, other programs of interest. And Iowa starts things off. Tom Kakert of Hawkeye Report will begin our countdown next on 1620 The Zone.
Ted and Wally's Ultra Premium Ice Cream is celebrating more than 35 years, serving more than 3,000 flavors made the old-fashioned way and with ingredients sourced from local vendors. Meet the owners, Joe and Jeannie.
Ted and Wally started in downtown Omaha in 1986, and then 5 years ago, we ended up purchasing a building and renovating it in Benson.
I think we've been really fortunate to work with just a lot of, chefs and farmers who are just really passionate about what they do. And it's really fun that way. I think we all get excited about it.
Feels good to be kind of providing smiles to everybody. You have kids all the way through grandparents. You have generations that have come in. So it's really cool to be part of somebody's life.
For me, that makes me feel really good that you're doing something that makes people happy enough that they want to come back.
Come and celebrate ice cream awesomeness at Ted and Wally's in Benson, the Old Market, and at tedandwallys.com.
Attention homeowners. Are you ready to unleash the power of savings? J-Tech Construction and Solar, the official exterior experts of the Huskers, has an exclusive offer. Purchase any 2 trades from our winning lineup of services: windows, doors, siding, roofs, gutters, and solar, and receive a 10% discount on your entire purchase. Click yourexteriorexperts.com to schedule your free consultation today. Double up on savings and save with J-Tech Construction and Solar, the official exterior experts of the Huskers. Click yourexteriorexperts.com.
There's Unlimited Pro, Unlimited Obsidian, Unlimited Mini, Unlimited No Limit.
At Cox Mobile, we know other mobile companies have puzzling data plans. Shouldn't it be easier? That's why Cox Mobile has 2 simple plans. Choose between pay-as-you-gig or unlimited and change plans anytime. Finally, something that actually fits you. All while running on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability. Cox Mobile. We're different because you're different. Cox postpaid internet required 5G reliability is measured by Ookla LLC in the U.S. 2H 2023. Results may vary. Not endorsement. Wi-Fi not tested. Other restrictions apply. Learn more at cox.com/mobile.
It's the most time-honored tradition to start the weekend, grabbing a cold one from a local Nebraska brewery. Let's be real here. It's hot outside, and you don't want to drink the same boring beer as those Hawkeye fans. Drink icy cold, Nebraska-brewed beers, cider, or seltzers instead. Each week, we're putting the spotlight on a unique Nebraska brewery with One Beer Friday. Share your brew on social media with the hashtag One Beer Friday, and you'll be entered to win a $25 gift card to a local Nebraska brewery. Nebraska is the good life with great beer. Click nebraska.beer to learn more.
Attorney Joe Cordell. Business owners and professionals face special challenges in divorce court. In addition to everything else going on, they have to contend with allegations that they are earning more than they are, coupled with claims on their business or practice itself. Clients with assets depend on their divorce lawyer's skills in these matters, and that's why it's so important to hire someone that has those skills.
Schedule an appointment with one of Cordell & Cordell's Nebraska or Iowa attorneys. 13340 California Street, Suite 200, Omaha, Nebraska, 68154.
Ever walk through a door and see all the trucks? Yeah, it's kind of like that at Gretna Auto Outlet. Half-ton trucks, 3/4-ton trucks, dualies, gas or diesel. Gretna Auto Outlet will be happy to show it to you. They don't call it truck heaven for nothing, you know. Stop in the climate-controlled comfort of the indoor showroom or online with the virtual showroom at GretnaAuto.com. Gretna Auto Outlet, open Sundays too, just north of Nebraska Crossing on Highway 6 in Gretna.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program. Start the countdown to kickoff of the college football season.
Mertz to throw. Mertz picked off. And that's a pick six. Cooper DeJean. Nobody there to stop him. But still slipping through Caleb Johnson. Johnson, 10-5, touchdown. And Iowa is on the board. Left to Williams, through the defender, back to LaPorta. Quick shot, that's the other tight end. That's Lachey. An Iowa touchdown.
It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct's 25 teams in 25 days.
Now renamed 25 teams in 25 grums. That's right. We've changed it up just a little bit. We're going to look this year at Nebraska's opponents, plus the top 10, plus some wild card teams. And we're going to start with the team that shall be last on Nebraska's schedule. No, they will not finish last in the Big Ten West. That's a pretty easy pick for this season. Speaking of easy picks, Iowa might be an easy pick, or at least a safe pick for the West Division Championship. Let's find out more about the Hawks. Tom Kakert writes for the Hawkeyes for On3.com and the Hawkeye Report. Tom joins us on the 42 Degrees The Source hotline. Tom, thanks for kicking things off as we get ready for football season.
Oh, happy to do it. Happy to talk football. I mean, I'm going to be headed to Indianapolis tomorrow for Big Ten Media Days on Wednesday. So football almost here.
It is. Is there a dynamic that Cade McNamara brings to Iowa behind center that they have not seen in recent years?
I think so. He's a proven winner at the highest level. Iowa knows that. They faced him in the Big Ten title game a couple of years ago. He's led a team to the college football playoff. He's got a confidence to him. He's got that, when you're in a room with him, you kind of gravitate towards him, kind of feel to him that you see in a lot of leaders where he's just going to find a way to get things done. And that's the thing that always comes back to with him. Great story with him. So one of the guys on the team on the defensive side is a young, not young man, he's 24 now. Joe Evans is back for his 6th year. So Joe's kind of a tough nut. He's a good old Iowa kid, and he didn't take to Cade too well when he came in. Here's the portal guy, probably getting some cash, whatever. Hated him. Like, now they're best friends and going to be roommates. That just tells you Cade's kind of personality, how he just rubs off on people. He's just, wins people over with his work ethic and just the way he carries himself.
Of course, he's not the only transfer that's coming in and not the only transfer from Michigan. Eric All, the tight end, comes from the portal to shore up the tight end position. He had 38 catches in his best season with the Wolverines 2 years ago. Would it surprise you, given the dynamic that exists between those two and the fact that, he has at a position that Iowa likes to feature in their offense, if Eric All leads Iowa in catches this year?
That could happen. Iowa's got 2 really good tight ends. Last year I thought they had 2 really good ones with Sam Laporta, and Luke Lachey's back this year too. And he's one of the players that Kirk Ferentz selected to go to Indianapolis this week. And he really kind of broke out at the end of the year when Laporta was out. Lachey really stepped up, I thought, last 2 games of the regular season against Minnesota and Nebraska. Played really good football. So I'm expecting, I kind of jokingly said I'm going to put the over-under at tight end catches this year at like 90. And I think most people were looking like over. They're just going to throw a ton to the tight ends.
Well, maybe that's a good idea because, and this stat, it still blows me away. And I'm curious if it is met with the same kind of mystery and befuddlement in the Hawkeye state as it is here. But Iowa has not averaged over 4 yards per carry in a full season. I'm not counting 2020 since 2016. How mind-blowing is that?
Yeah, it's wild. The 1 year that they did, it was 4.5. That was the short COVID year where they hit, and 4.5 is kind of their goal that they want to hit. And they haven't had a running back rush for over 1,200 yards since 2011. So it's weird to think about that they just haven't had a workhorse. They've had some good backs, Tyler Goodson and Akram Wadley and Sean Daniels. They had some good players, but they just haven't had big seasons from their running backs in quite a few years.
Tom Kakert, Hawkeye Report, member of the On3 Network, joining us. 25 teams and 25 grums. Iowa is our featured team today. If they are able to hit that mark or at least get over 4 yards a carry, what's the biggest reason why they're able to do it?
Development of the offensive line. They've got some good backs. I think Caleb Johnson, you saw him last year. He rushed for about 700 yards last year as a true freshman, and he's bigger, stronger, and faster. And he was already big, strong, and fast last year, and running behind a not a great line last season. And I have him, kind of as like a potential breakout player, just because I think the offensive line took things a little personal in the off season. They know they've got to get better, starting with center Logan Jones and Mason Richmond at tackle. They brought in Rusty Feth, the kid that maybe you want to watch. He's from Miami of Ohio, worked with George Barnett, Iowa's offensive line coach, while he was there. And, the guy that they're really high on too is a kid named Jennings Dunker. So there's a fun story for you guys. They have this thing in a small town called Solon that's just kind of north of Iowa City. They have a thing called Beef Days, and they have a hay bale toss. And they did that this past weekend. Jennings Dunker, and mind you, hay bales are like 50 pounds, and he threw it over the wire there that they have, or the gate or whatever it is that they have, the pole, I guess it is, 14.5 feet. in the air. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah. It's not even so much the weight as it is just the awkwardness and the size, because you've got to be able to lift that all. I mean, if that doesn't scream Midwestern football, I don't know what does. I mean, that's.
And he was wearing like jorts and like the old like white beater shirt. Yeah. And just it was, and they weren't like jorts. They were like he cut the jeans off. So they were all frayed and everything.
Did he cut them short enough so that you could see the white of the inner liner of the pocket hanging out the bottom of the shorts?
Oh yeah. And in fact, former Hawk Matt Kroll was apparently there and had some questions about those shorts and whether they were appropriate for being worn out in public.
Wow, things have really changed at the University of Iowa these days. Tom Kakert joining us from the Hawkeye Report. Well, speaking of change, and we've mentioned a couple of the transfers that have come in. Famously, Iowa didn't really utilize the portal much last year. Changed it up this year. How would you grade them out in terms of what they've done? I know it's hard because we haven't seen them actually play in a game yet, but given that this really feels like Kirk Ferentz's first real foray into the portal, did they seem to do the right or make the right moves?
Yeah, I think it all started with Cade and then getting Eric All and Caleb Brown from Ohio State, a 4-star receiver. They had a huge need at wide receiver to get another playmaker there. And he's potentially a player that can stretch the field. One guy that doesn't get talked about as much is Nick Jackson on the defensive side. They lost Jack Campbell to graduation and moved on to the NFL as a first-round draft pick. Jackson's a different type of player. He's, probably, 6 foot, 6'1", where Campbell is like 6'5", but boy, he's a tackling machine. He was at Virginia and had 3 straight years of 100 or more tackles. So they've kind of filled just about every need I think that they wanted to, other than I think they probably wanted to get another cornerback, a little more depth at that position.
Tom Kakert, Hawkeye Report, as we preview Iowa in 25 teams and 25 grums. I was going to ask you about Nick Jackson. How much of his performance will factor into how good that defensive unit can be? There's a lot of losses on that team, but yet a lot is expected again of Iowa's defense. How big does Jackson factor into how good they can be?
Yeah, I think it's important. He and Jay Higgins are probably going to be the two starting linebackers. They run a lot of like what they call cash, which is basically kind of a nickel with kind of a hybrid player. Last year was mainly Sebastian Castro, but Xavier Wampa's done that. They put guys in the NFL with Dane Belton, and Monty Hooker was like the first guy that did that as kind of this bulked up, a little bit bigger safety kind of player that they put in the box and tackle and everything. So, but yeah, and Jackson's got to come in and just do what he does, because they've still got a lot of talent. They've got some depth up front. I don't know if they've got like a superstar. Like if Lucas Van Ness would have stayed, then they'd have like the marquee superstar. But they've got some really good players up front, a lot of depth. They can probably go 11 deep along the defensive line and feel pretty comfortable. And then they've got Cooper DeJean, who's potential All-American at corner. Xavier Wampa is a 5-star kid. And they're getting Jamari Harris back after a year of injury, so he'll be back, and he was playing really well. When he before he got hurt at the last spring.
Tom, what would you anticipate? And it may have even been something we've already talked about, but what do you anticipate is the biggest question that needs to be answered this August for the coaching staff?
I think it all comes back to the offense. Just, can this offense be effective? Was it personnel more than it was the plan? How is Brian Ferentz going to react to kind of this pressure? Because it's certainly going to be pressure, right?
Yeah.
You got to average 25 points a game and win 7. I don't think the 7 will be any question, but last year was just, boy, it was like watching paint dry with the Iowa offense. It just wasn't good, and they're going to have to do better. And we jokingly dubbed it the drive to 325, because that's what they've got to get to, and the regular season plus a bowl game to get to that point total that he needs.
Do you think that, and obviously a lot of was made of it in the off season in the national media. Of course, the charges of nepotism and why this guy still has a job in the first place. But the fact that people are quoting the drive for 325, they're quoting the 25 points per game. In all reality, if the Iowa defense is what they have been the last couple of years, they could average 21 points a game and probably still get the 7 or 8 wins and, dare I say, win the West. So in a way, can that 25 points kind of be a boat anchor, an unnecessary boat anchor?
Yeah, I mean, I joked when that contract addendum came out that there was going to be multiple accounts on social media, on Twitter or X or whatever we're calling it these days, that says, if it's like a point tracker for Brian Ferentz. Yeah.
Oh, I'm expecting Fox or maybe on the broadcast, instead of the score bug, it'll be just a countdown to here's how many points Iowa needs to get to 325.
Count to 325 kind of thing.
Yeah, it's like watching, it's like watching election night, the countdown to the magic number.
Maybe they'll put like a tracker up on the water tower that's across the street from Kinnick Stadium, and they can track it there.
Well, it could be something fun for the kids over at the hospital to do, just color signs and just tape them up to the glass window.
Yeah, and I'm waiting for the first game, the Utah State game or the Western Michigan game, where Iowa's like rolling up points and, maybe scoring 50 on one of them, and everybody's like, oh, they're just piling up points. They're just trying to bank all those points. That's what it's going to be the whole year. It's going to be so much fun to cover this team.
Oh, I'm sure it is. And from that standpoint, as we wrap things up, Tom Kakert, Hawkeye Report, we were just talking with a media colleague as we're kind of planning ahead who's going to be. We know that Michigan's going to be a favorite in the East, but the West right now, as it is every year, is wide open. I keep looking at Iowa as a safe pick. As bad as that offense was last year, they were a win over Nebraska away from getting to the conference championship game. And with all the other changes that have taken place in the division, is the expectation this year in Iowa City win the West?
Yeah, I think so. The Cleveland.com will have their poll out tomorrow, and I participated in that, and I voted Iowa to win the West. I'm just not. Well, I just think Wisconsin's got too big of a radical change on offense, and I think sometimes there's some growing pains there. Now, they do have pretty easy schedule. I mean, there's just not a lot of stumbles in that Wisconsin schedule. They get almost all their tough games at home, so they could end up winning 9-10 games and going to Indy, but I think it might come down to Iowa versus Wisconsin in Madison in October for whoever wins the West.
Tom Kakert, Hawkeye Report on 3 Network. Tom, we appreciate it. Thanks for getting us all started. Have a safe journey to Indianapolis and enjoy the season.
Okay, thanks for having me on, guys.
You're welcome. Tom Kakert, Hawkeye Report. There we go. Team 1 is done in 25 teams and 25 grums.
That hay bale throwing thing is the most Iowa story I've heard in my life.
Hey, I know there's going to be people around here that are going to mock and laugh it, but I guarantee you if that would have been, one of the Huskers doing the same thing, that's Midwestern as it gets. That's what I like. Country strong. Forget about that stuff in the weight room. Give me country strong any day.
Dude, even down to the cutoff jean shorts. Like if you're working out there throwing hay bales, it's hot outside. You got to cut them short sometimes.
By the way, we did get, this is more inside baseball stuff, but I'm going to send you, Nick. We did get Cutler to cut us a 25 teams and 25 grums for your new open.
Okay.
And then we do appreciate all your hard work. Nick's been working ahead on this. You remember how difficult last year was in getting teams? I mean, we've already locked in 4 out of the 5 this week. And the only reason we don't have 5 of 5 is because Thursday was supposed to be Wisconsin Day. And that's, of course, Big Ten Media Day. So we're going to flip things around. But I have a good feeling, Nick, that we're going to go 25 for 25 this year.
I hope so.
You're supposed to sound more confident.
We're going to do it, John.
We're going to do it. We're going to preview 25 teams and 25 grums.
It's going to happen.
It is going to happen. Just like the happy hour is going to happen. And it's going to happen next. and we're going to tackle our Husker 2x2 question.
Tackle football.
You can pick any 2 games on the schedule and say, these are wins. But in return, you have to pick 2 losses. The rest of the season, it's up to chance.
I might even have my own 2x2, John.
We want your 2x2s. And if you want to join us on the 42 Degrees The Source hotline, where all of our guests and our friends of the Grum join us, do so, 402-951-1620, because I'd like to hear your explanations as well as the teams that you picked. And I've gotten so far on social media in the email inbox just a ton of different combinations. And I'm going to give you mine when we come back, 402-951-1620, as we are counting down to the start of college football. It is Big Ten Media Days week on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Backlund Plumbing Time-Saving Traffic Center, heads up, we've got a crash that has the 2 left lanes blocked on eastbound I-80 at 84th, and it's got traffic stopped all the way from L Street. Also, traffic is stopped on southbound 680 between Pacific and I-80. We've got a wreck on westbound I-80 at 84th that's blocking the left lane as well. That's causing stop-and-go traffic back from 42nd. And then a crash on eastbound Dodge at 120th has the right lane blocked. That's causing stop-and-go traffic from 132nd. I'm Mike Neville.
This time-saving traffic is brought to you by the Nebraska Lottery.
You could win a trip to Nashville's iconic Ryman Auditorium for a private concert by Luke Combs and a chance at $500,000. Just enter non-winning Nebraska Lottery Luke Combs scratch tickets before August 1st. Scratch ticket top prize odds, 1 in 128,000.
PACE, Police Athletics for Community Engagement Organization, is dedicated to preventing at-risk and disadvantaged inner-city children from becoming involved in street gangs, crime, drug use, and victimization. PACE provides an opportunity to develop discipline, self-esteem, and positive moral values through wholesome competition and free participation in soccer, baseball, CrossFit, and flag football. To help PACE and local families make sure kids have access to safe and fun spring and summer activities, please go to paceomaha.org to support the PACE mission. Thank you.
If you're hiring, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack, like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business running.
Take it from Marco and millions of other businesses who've used ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
Now is the perfect time for Hello Garage to turn your dream garage into a reality. Book a Hello Garage floor coating or storage installation by Labor Day, and you'll save 50% on labor. That's right, save 50% on labor before Labor Day. At Hello Garage, we've created clean, organized spaces for thousands of happy homeowners, and we can do it for you, too. Visit HelloGarage.com today to lock in your savings. That's HelloGarage.com.
Hello Garage.
Nick Handley here. You know, we are really lucky to have DJ's Dugout here in Omaha. For 30 years, DJ's has always been Omaha's own casual and comfortable iconic sports bar. There's no better place to watch sports and gather with family and friends. Huge media walls, great food and drinks, whatever the season, football, volleyball, basketball, watch the game at DJ's, and DJ's handles large groups too. DJ's Dugout is locally and Vietnam veteran owned. Dig in at the Dugout.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right. Get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, forhims.com/radio. That's forhims.com/radio for your free online visit. forhims.com/radio.
Attention sales professionals. NRG Media is looking for an accomplished business-to-business salesperson who wants to take their success and skills to a new level. Is this you? Our account executives work with local businesses to create marketing plans to help them get more customers. On air, digital, on-site, audio, video, it's all part of what you could sell. A sales career with NRG lets you make a real difference. Get more info and apply online at nrgmedia.com. NRG Media is an equal opportunity employer.
Let it fly. Your elevated sports bar experience. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620, The Zone.
It'd be nice to have a blow
throw.
It would be nice to have a blow
throw.
It would be nice to have a blow
throw.
It would be nice to have a blow
throw.
It would be nice to have a blow
throw.
It would be nice to have a blow
throw.
It would be nice to have a blow
throw.
It would be nice to have a blow
throw.
from your mom.
The happy hour is on the air. Yep, it is. Welcome back. Happy hour on this Monday. Hope you survived the first day of Heat Wave 2023, the day that summer actually arrived in eastern Nebraska.
Happy summer.
Just in time for Big Ten Media Days and college football talk. So I thought about this last night as I was walking the dog. I was thinking of what would be an interesting, kick off the Husker Big Ten Media Days week with an interesting question. I thought, ooh, this is a good one. I call it the Husker 2x2. You get to pick 2 Husker wins, but you also have to pick 2 Husker losses. All the other games are left to chance. Which games are you picking and why? Which are your wins? Which are your losses? Everything else left up to chance. There's a lot of different strategies that you can play with. And I went through several different permutations in my head. And one of the first that I thought of was the wins would be Minnesota and Michigan, which, assuming, and Nebraska will be favored in the 3 games in between, would mean a 5-0 start. Can you imagine what a 5-0 start, how it would be received around here, especially when win number 5 is against the Michigan Wolverines, a team that is projected to be in the national Final Four, the college football playoff. Insane around here. Plus, you'd only have one more game to make a bowl. And there would be instant talk of, well, we talk around here of making the college football playoff. In addition, much less win the West.
When was the last time they did? Was that 03? The last time they went 5-0 right away?
2016 they went.
2016
They started, what was it, 7-0 before they hit the tailspin. But so I went with those 2, and then I thought, all right, well, where are my losses going to be? And I want to agree with Jack Mitchell. We talked about this same subject earlier, and you can check it out in the radio replay section. Conference wins are always bigger. And while certainly Nebraska should win, they'll be expected to win all 3 of their non-conference games. Nebraska's also suffered one of those types of losses every year, whether it's Northern Illinois, whether it's Troy, whether it's Georgia Southern. There's always been one of those losses. So could you absorb a loss to, let's say, a Louisiana Tech? Yes, it would be at home. It would suck. But if you've got Michigan and Minnesota, now you got a 4-1 start. And when you think about it, let's say you lose to Louisiana Tech. The doom and gloom would be, oh, God. Michigan's going to come in here and just curb stomp Nebraska, stomp on mud hole in them, walk it dry. But then they win that game. Instantly, it would cancel out that loss, right? It would cancel out that loss. So then where do you pick the other loss? And I thought initially, well, I'm not expecting Nebraska to win the West. I think asking Nebraska to win the West this year, even as westy as the West Division usually is, I thought, all right, well, there's no shame in losing to Wisconsin. So you throw in Wisconsin. And that was kind of my first thought process in all of this. But then I got thinking on something else. You want a team that is peaking at the end of the season. One of the problems Nebraska football has had forever has been, even in so-called good seasons, they peter out at the end. Honestly, about the only good finish to a season in recent years, you could argue that Scott Frost's first season, they got the win over Michigan State and they almost beat Iowa. And certainly it carried a lot of positive momentum into the following season that they didn't do anything with. Mike Riley's first season, 2015, they got the win over Michigan State, a team that went to the playoff. They ended up backdooring their way into a bowl. They won the bowl game. So there's a part of me that wants to prioritize one of those wins late in the season. But then I also think you need a big win. And if you're telling me that I get to choose 2 Nebraska wins, in my opinion, I think you're making a mistake if you don't use one of them on Michigan. It is the game on the schedule in terms of the biggest opponent, the biggest brand. You can play the biggest spoiler. You will be on the biggest stage. This game will either be in prime time or it will be big noon kickoff. Either way, it's going to be in a marquee time slot with north of 5, maybe 6 million viewers. By the way, we'll have some TV numbers we're going to share a little bit later on in the Grum. But it will be the most watched Nebraska game this year, regardless of what the record is going in. And if you want to show people and get people fired up, get a big pelt on your wall. Get that big trophy buck, in this case, trophy Wolverine, and put it up on the wall. So in my opinion, I think one of the 2 wins has to be Michigan. Because even if you only make it to 6 wins, hell, even if you only make it to 5 wins, people will look at the Michigan game and they will look at the fact that you beat a Michigan team and they'll look at you in a different way. And that will buy you some grace, some respect, that guy knows what he's doing, more than any other win on the schedule. So in my opinion, I think Michigan has to be one of the 2 wins. So here's where I ended up going with this. And by the way, if you've got your picks for your 2-2, 402-951-1620, we're also going to read some of these off the Twitter page here in just a moment, the JTech Construction Zone.
The X
Twitter,
page.
The X page. So here's what I picked. I went with Michigan and Wisconsin as my wins.
Okay.
Again, I wanted to prioritize a late season win as well. Because I think to have the team showing signs of life at the end. My original thought was to put everything in the front half of the season, but then we don't know what's going to mean for the back half. I wanted to prioritize a win late in the season, and it came down to one of 2 games, either Wisconsin or Iowa. And I landed on Wisconsin because They hadn't beaten them in 10 years. And we don't know how good Wisconsin's going to be, but there's a lot of people that believe, and Tom Kakert pointed this out in our last segment, they do have a very easy schedule. It would be surprising if Wisconsin didn't win at least 7 or 8 games this year, based on their schedule.
Have they had the least amount of shakeup out of every other team in the Big Ten?
Oh, they've had a lot of shakeup. I mean, they literally changed out their coach.
Okay, was it Minnesota?
Minnesota's not had as much.
Okay,
right.
my bad. Sorry.
Yeah, no, Wisconsin's had a lot of shakeup, and there's a lot of questions about whether or not this new scheme is going to go over well in Madison, certainly in a year one. So I went with Wisconsin and Michigan as my wins, and I went with Minnesota and Michigan State as my losses. And I realize, yes, those are Big Ten losses. But I thought about this, and the only reason I didn't pick one of those non-conference games is because I don't want to give away wins that I think Nebraska's going to get anyway. I know that can be a dangerous assumption, given the recent history of this team. But I'm going to play the assumption that Nebraska is going to, at least in the month of September, win the games they're supposed to win. They'll beat Colorado. They'll beat Northern Illinois. They'll beat Louisiana Tech. So I didn't want to use a loss on a game I think will be a win, because at the end of the day, this is still about getting to at least 6 wins. And if you can get to, even if you just win, air quotes, 6 wins, and you've got Michigan and Wisconsin as part of those 6, I've always said not all 9-win seasons are created equal. Not all 3-win seasons are created equal. Well, not all 6-win seasons are created equal. That would be a 6-win season where a lot of people would say, this thing's off to a great start. So I chose Minnesota as one of my losses because that's one we know they're not expected to win. We know this because they're 7.5-point underdogs. And I don't think there would be a lot of shame early in the season to losing to Minnesota. And again, I'm not thinking division championship. And we'll read some of these here in a minute where there's a lot of people thinking division championship. And I understand that. But I'm looking for splash in year one. And believe it or not, I think there is an argument to be made that you can make as big, if not bigger, a splash if you can win 6 or 7 games this year and you've got Wisconsin and Michigan as part of those 7 wins, then maybe backdooring your way into a trip to Indianapolis where you're going to be cannon fodder for Ohio State or a rematch with Michigan. There's an argument to be made. I get it, get to Indianapolis, blah, blah, blah. But there is an argument to be made because I'm trying to think big picture here. Does a West Division championship in the final year of this division, unless it's a really good season, like a 10-2, 11-1, 12-0 season, does a West Division championship, if it happens like last year's did, where Purdue basically was the last team standing because everyone else was losing above them, does that have a whole lot of pizzazz to it? I wanted a big pelt. That's why I went Michigan. The other loss I chose was Michigan State. Again, I know, conference loss, but road game. And that does leave open the door of possibility that Nebraska can win all its home games. I think that's important this year. Last year was such a disappointing season, but it was particularly disappointing because of how poorly Nebraska played at home. And really the last couple of years played at home. I think the fans deserve to see winning. They deserve to go to tailgate, to have a full day of fun and frivolity, of party and revelry, and leave the stadium and go back to their campsites with W's. And so I figured, all right, it's a late season game. But if you lose to Michigan State but beat Wisconsin, I think you can almost cancel those out. So that's what I was looking for in my 2-2. I'm looking for splash. I'm looking for some pizzazz. and maybe a chance to build some serious momentum. I think if you could tell me right now, hey, Nebraska's going to beat Michigan and Wisconsin, they're going to lose to Minnesota and Michigan State, I could look at the rest of that schedule and say, they're going to get to 6 wins. They're going to get to a bowl game. They might even do better than that. And they'll build the kind of momentum necessary for what really matters, and that is year 2 and beyond. So there was my thought on my 2x2. Let's head to the Twitter machine and see what you all thought. Mustache Adam. Give me Minnesota, Wisconsin with the wins, a tone center, and a monkey off the back. Losses, Michigan and Illinois. It's a given L and a short week Friday on the road, a question mark L. So he's taking those back-to-back losses, Michigan and Illinois, but Minnesota and Wisconsin. So he's kind of looking beginning and end of the season as well. Owen, wins, Iowa, Wisconsin, losses, Michigan, Illinois. There's that pairing again. Taking care of 2 of the rivals, but then you're losing those games that Nebraska will likely not be favored in either of those. Brian says, I think I want my guaranteed wins to be late in the season and the losses to be early. So I pick Iowa and Wisconsin for the wins to use as building blocks for next season, and Michigan and Minnesota as the losses, and then hope for the best on all the others. I kind of like that way of thinking. Adam, wins, Minnesota and Iowa. Losses, Michigan and Maryland. Adam might be thinking division title with that one because you're losing to Eastern Division teams, but you're bookshelfing Minnesota and Iowa. First game, last game. Brian definitely wants Coach Prime. Brian says wins, Colorado and Iowa, losses, Michigan and Wisconsin. So he's thinking a little different than where I was. Mike says wins, Colorado and Wisconsin, losses, Michigan and Maryland. I am looking here. Have I read a Michigan win yet?
Can I go over mine quick?
You please, because I'm looking, I'm trying to find if anybody thought that Michigan, I think Michigan's a no-brainer, but that's me.
So I did type this out while we were talking with Jack, but it was before you mentioned anything about Michigan. Right. I did have Michigan as one of my wins.
Okay.
And I'm not a Nebraska fan. I'm an Iowa fan. But
We get it. Totally.
What I've discovered about myself, the more I watch college football, is I want the sicko chaos option when it comes to anything. So with that said, I have my wins as Michigan just because, it's Michigan. Toppling Michigan as Nebraska would be hilarious. And then Colorado, but that's because Coach Prime, his ego really bothers me, and that kind of ego on anybody bugs me. And I think that if Nebraska beats Colorado, then it could kind of topple some of Coach Prime's kingdom.
Okay.
And that could kind of shake up the rest of their season.
Okay.
Which would be chaotic as hell. For my losses, Iowa, mostly because I don't want to keep hearing Jack talk about it, but also we saw how they came together with Mickey Joseph last season,
right?
And how tight knit they were. When I was grabbing highlights for the 25 teams open today, they were a well-oiled machine, and that was just with a recent coach. Like, he was able to pull them together better than Frost did.
Yes.
Rule has had more time with them.
Yes.
And it makes me nervous to think that I think Nebraska has more of a chance this season, more of a chance to beat Iowa. So I just kind of want to guarantee Iowa gets to keep that.
Okay.
And then LA Tech, just because I think it would be hilarious.
So you went with chaos.
I went with chaos.
All right. Well, Rogue 10, here's my first Michigan win. He said, I would trade a win against Michigan for a close loss against Louisiana Tech. Beating a top 5 team would mean more than an early non-con loss. And I agree with that. I understand the logic there. He said, I would trade a win against Wisconsin for a loss to Minnesota. An early loss would outweigh the momentum gained going into Iowa. Rogue 10 and I are thinking almost on the same wavelength there. Almost on the same wavelength. The only disagreement I have is, again, I don't want, and I know it's, again, dangerous assumption given Nebraska's recent history, but I don't want to give away a game that I think is a win. I don't want to give a loss to a game that I think is going to be a win. That's what I see Louisiana Tech. Dan says, wins, Minnesota. Should be damn near unanimous. No more slow starts. And number 2, Michigan. Big boy win that lends national legitimacy to what Rule is building. Losses, Michigan State and Wisconsin. Both road slip-ups, both understandable, won't be a major setback. So Dan and I are pretty close. Let's see. I'm looking for other Michigan wins. Man, I am really Devin, Michigan and Iowa losses, Illinois and Wisconsin. There's one.
Do you think
a lot of people are taking the Michigan loss because they already think it's going to happen? That's why you should take it as a win.
Or
that game, in my opinion, is going to equal 2 or 3 wins in terms of legitimacy and respect. There's no other game on the schedule, given where Michigan is as a program. They've been in 2 straight college football playoffs. They're going to be the favorite to win the conference. If no, Michigan could still go on and win the conference even with that loss. How much better would that loss be? A Michigan win is worth 2 or 3 wins in terms of perception. I think it's a no-brainer. You have to pick Michigan as a win.
Do you think people aren't picking Michigan because they're so blinded by older rivalries?
I just think people are looking at this in a way that, well, they're supposed to lose that anyway, so there's no shame in it.
Right.
And I will hear this. I understand this. There's been so much embarrassment around here, losing to teams they shouldn't lose to, like Troy, like Georgia Tech or Georgia Southern, like Northern Illinois, that I think there is a fear of embarrassment more than there is a desire for greatness in the moment.
That makes sense.
I think there's more of a fear of just being embarrassed than there is reaching for the stars and saying, I want this. I wonder if we replaced Michigan with Ohio State on this year's schedule, if more people would pick Ohio State.
I think they would.
Because of the recent history, Nebraska's only lost 2 games in a row to Michigan the last 2 years, but Ohio State just boat raced them practically every year.
Which is why I think it's more about people's deeper seated rivalries than looking at the powerhouse that is Michigan. Which, I mean, it's fine.
That's certainly possible. That's certainly possible. But again, good stuff, people. Thank you very much. That all the contributions. I think again, I don't think there's. I know I've been banging the drum for Michigan. There's not really any right or wrong answers.
Big Harbaugh guy, John.
Big beat Harbaugh guy, John. And imagine all the mocking we can give Josh to his boy. If Nebraska and Matt Rule beat Jim Harbaugh in Michigan. There's no way a Michigan team could beat Ohio State if they lose to Nebraska, right?
Be a tough look.
All right. Speaking of Nebraska and Michigan, I had a chance to finish up some research over the weekend.
You did your own research
regarding television numbers. And I think there's a couple of interesting things about TV viewership in Nebraska and the power of you, the people. We'll have that as we continue with Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
Your Omaha area forecast presented by Funplex Water Park and Rides from the KETV Newswatch 7 Weather Center on 1620 The Zone.
Very warm this evening with the temperatures in the upper 80s. Partly cloudy tonight, lower 70s for the lows, and then partly to mostly cloudy on Tuesday. Pretty hot. Highs in the low to mid 90s, but hotter still Wednesday and Thursday. I'm Chief Meteorologist Bill Ramby from KETV Newswatch 7.
This hour is powered by Dollar General Distribution Center in Blair, Nebraska on 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Backlund Plumbing Time-Saving Traffic Center, heads up a wreck on eastbound Dodge just before 120th. Still has the left lane blocked, and it's causing stop-and-go traffic back from 144th. You're going to want to keep right through that area and expect delays. Also, stop-and-go traffic on southbound 680 between Center and I-80. If you're east on I-80, delays go from 680 to about 72nd. And if you're west on I-80, delays between 60th and 96th. I'm Mike Neville.
This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
Everyone knows Saul's pays top dollar for your gold, but Saul's pays cash on the spot for your precious metals too. Silver, gold, platinum, coins, bars. Who wants to wait to get paid? Get to Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
The first day of school is just around the corner, so let's make sure every student in the metro area is ready to go. Be a part of the 25th Annual Salvation Army Civic and Help Kids Back to School Backpack Program, sponsored by Methodist Health System and supported by Firefighters on the Move. Drop off new backpacks and school supplies now through August 6th at select Metro Credit Union, Cubby's Convenience Stores, and Methodist Health System urgent care locations. For a full list of drop-off sites or to donate to the program online, go to salarmyomaha.org. That's salarmyomaha.org.
Doctors Bimbo and Vince Petro provide quality and caring dentistry for the entire family in a friendly, relaxed environment at the northwest corner of 144th and Dodge. New patients are always welcome. Look no further than Doctors Bimbo and Vince Petro, dentistry for the entire family.
Okay, next time you're at the store, I dare you to not think about the unmistakable, fresh, clean scent of Irish Spring. Yeah, you heard me. I want you to resist picturing a shower filled with those sensational Irish Spring suds. And if you succeed, well, you got what my gramps used to call resolutitude. Not a real word, but let's be honest, you're probably going to end up leaving with Irish Spring because of its irresistible scent and because you have zero resolutitude. Pick up Irish Spring today.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
Hi, this is Sunny.
And this is Darwin with DJ's Dugout. We are proud to support the Nebraska Vietnam Veterans Memorial Project being built in Papillion.
Memorial tiles honoring those who served in the Vietnam War will be on display. If you have a loved one from Nebraska who served in the Vietnam War, visit nvvmf.org for information to support the Memorial Tile Project. DJ's Dugout is locally and Vietnam veteran owned. Dig in at the Dugout.
You're listening to Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
He's puffing on something, and something's coming out.
The 1620, The Zone.
Josh is no longer a TV ratings guy, but
People forget.
I am, because TV ratings are what rules the world.
I don't watch TV, so
This is what makes the money for all of these leagues, and why the Big Ten is the most lucrative league in college athletics, because they command the audience and they command the TV dollar. So I've been looking back since 2017 viewership numbers across some of the Big Ten schools, and I picked a couple of division rivals, but then also a benchmark, and that benchmark is Michigan. And I thought there were some interesting things as I was able to go through all of this. So these are the average viewership numbers from 2017 to present, not counting the 2020 season. The only reason I didn't count the 2020 season is that year was very odd in terms of viewership in sports across the board. Some of the sports were playing out of season. The schedule was pushed back. There was weird times. So I just wanted to try to keep everything as normal as possible. Full seasons, no COVID. So that's why the 2020 season was taken off. And if you're watching along in the stream, you can see these graphics. I'll relate them to everyone in the audience. Michigan averaged nearly 5 million viewers per game. Now, this is just regular season games. I'm not counting the title games or the playoff games, just regular season. Michigan, 4.9 million viewers. Wisconsin, 2.46 million viewers per game. Nebraska, 2.21. Iowa, 1.96. And then when you factor in what the records of those teams have been, 2017 to present, again, not counting 2020, this is what really stands out. Michigan is a big brand. You know they're going to be watched by a lot of people. They're a huge university. They got millions of fans across the country. So that number is not terribly surprising. Also, their record has been really good. They're 52-15 in all of those non-COVID years. Wisconsin, 47-20. Iowa, 45-21. But Nebraska, just 20-40. Yet, They have more viewers than Iowa per game and almost as many as Wisconsin. And of course, everyone's trailing Michigan. Again, I only put Michigan there just to kind of show you the top end of how things look. Next thing I looked at was appearances on Big Noon Saturday. This is the prime window. This has now become the Big Ten's turf. Big Noon kickoff, Big Noon Saturday is Big Ten football. Michigan in those Big Noon kickoffs, averaging 7.5 million viewers. They've been on 18 times since 2017. Wisconsin, 7 appearances, averaging 4.7 million viewers. Iowa, 3 appearances, 4.5 million viewers. Nebraska's been on Big Noon kickoff 6 times, 3.86 million viewers. Now, arguably one of those was handicapped a bit because Nebraska played a Big Noon kickoff against Purdue that kind of drug the rating down a bit. They only had 2.7 million viewers for that game. But, I mean, when you look at, and we'll have another graphic here later on, there's a couple of Nebraska's most watched games have happened in the Big Noon window. By the way, also just because obviously the Michigan game, which has averaged anywhere from 10 to 17 million viewers the last 6 years, I took out the Michigan games, even without the Ohio State game. Even without the Ohio State game, Michigan's averaging 5 million viewers on Big Noon Saturday. So again, leading the pack, but closer to Wisconsin, Iowa, and Nebraska if you take out the Ohio State games. Next thing I looked at was the number of appearances on network TV, and this is a number that's going to go up for everybody because now Nebraska and the Big Ten have 3 over-the-air network partners that you can get off your rabbit ears. Of course, Fox, CBS, NBC. But since 2017, Michigan has been on broadcast network television 45 times, Wisconsin 25 times, Nebraska 21 times, Iowa 19 times. So again, I only put Michigan on there because just to show you what the high end looks like. But when you really compare those other schools, and given that Iowa and Wisconsin have won double the games of Nebraska, Huskers are basically comparable in terms of TV audience and TV appearances in the prime windows as their division rivals. The secondary networks, this is where Nebraska's shines a little bit more. And this, in many ways, shows again the pull of the Nebraska fan base. These games on the secondary networks, I'm talking BTN, Fox Sports 1, ESPN 2. These are the games that aren't seen by as many people because they're not on the flagship network. They're not on the mothership. They're not on Fox. They're not on ABC. But yet, Nebraska does better ratings on Fox Sports 1 than Wisconsin and Iowa do. And they're comparable with Michigan. Michigan's averaging 1.5 million viewers on FS1 games, Nebraska 1.2. Big Ten Network, averaging basically 1 million viewers, same as Iowa, much more than Wisconsin, same as Michigan. And ESPN2, and there's not as many data points for this because there haven't been as many games on ESPN2. But Nebraska's averaging more than Wisconsin, more than Iowa in terms of viewership on games on ESPN2. Again, 2017 to present, not counting 2020, just regular season games. And the final slide, most watched games, Nebraska football since 2017. And this does count the year 2020. Because the most watched game since 2017 of the last 6 seasons was the 2020 season opener against Ohio State, 6.18 million viewers, Big Noon kickoff. So if I would have folded that one in, taken the Purdue game out, Nebraska's average audience number on Big Noon Saturday would be right there with Wisconsin, Michigan, and Iowa. And Ohio State occupies the 4 most watched games, with Michigan occupying the 5th most watched game. And that was the primetime game in 2021 when Adrian Martinez unfortunately fumbled at the end of the game. But there you go. Just some of the numbers. But the whole point of this exercise, again, is to show how much Nebraska still matters. They still have a brand, even though the product has been poor. And what will really be fascinating is if things turn around, if they build some momentum this year, how much bigger the television audience will be because Nebraska is a brand. People still come to their TV sets for Nebraska because it's Nebraska, not just because it's Nebraska that wins. Imagine what it would be like if Nebraska wins. Which would explain why last year was the softest season since 2017 in terms of average viewership. Nebraska averaged just 1.9 million viewers per game last year. But all they have to do is show a little bit of life. And that brand will grow. Because you all have kept it relevant. Winning will send it into higher heights. So just some interesting numbers, and I'm going to keep tracking these things as the weeks go by and see if Nebraska can. It'll be interesting to see what this opening game against Minnesota does. Fox Sports, primetime, Thursday night. You got a writer's strike going on right now. People might be hungry for live sports anyway. If I remember right, I think, let's see, what year did Ohio State play Minnesota? Was that 2 years ago? I think it was. I think it was 2 years ago when they opened up against Ohio State. Yeah, 2021. 6.3 million viewers watched Ohio State beat Minnesota Thursday night. I'm not saying they're going to get that big a number, but 4.5. Opening Thursday night, primetime network television. We'll see. Coming up next, some content, including, because it's Nick and I, we have auto racing today.
Let's go.
And the return of Love You Blue. We'll explain when we continue on Sportsmanlike Conduct, 1620 The Zone.
Now live on Twitch, YouTube, and 1620thezone.com.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
There's Unlimited Pro, Unlimited Obsidian, Unlimited Mini, Unlimited No Limit.
At Cox Mobile, we know other mobile companies have puzzling data plans. Shouldn't it be easier? That's why Cox Mobile has two simple plans. Choose between pay-as-you-gig or unlimited and change plans anytime. Finally, something that actually fits you. All while running on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability. Cox Mobile. We're different because you're different. Cox postpaid internet required 5G reliability is measured by Ookla LLC in the U.S. to H 2023. Results may vary. Not endorsement. Wi-Fi not tested. Other restrictions apply. Learn more at cox.com/mobile.
Dust. It's in the living room, the bedroom, and the bathroom. It's also in your lungs. Let's fix that, shall we? Duct Defense Midwest offers a comprehensive system that cleans, disinfects, filters, and purifies the air. They'll make your home healthier and improve the life of your HVAC system. So improve the health of your home and everyone in it. Go to cleanairradio.com right now for a special air duct cleaning offer for Zone listeners. cleanairradio.com.
If we've learned anything from recent news, it's that unexpected things are happening. Your gut tells you there's something very wrong going on, and all the evidence suggests that there is. Government emails are hacked. There's talk of how to fight World War III, and trade of grains and food are being disrupted. Those in charge say everything's fine. Stop noticing, but you know better. It's time to invest in self-reliance and emergency food storage now, more than ever. My Patriot Supply, the nation's largest emergency preparedness company, is the place you can trust. Go to mypatriotsupply.com and secure their best-selling 3-month emergency food kits. Each contains tasty breakfasts, lunch, and dinners, averaging over 2,000 calories per day. Get at least one food kit for each family member. For a limited time, save 25%, plus get free shipping on all their 3-month emergency food kits. Go to mypatriotsupply.com today. It's time to prepare for what's coming. mypatriotsupply.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right. Get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/radio. That's 4hims.com/radio for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/RADIO.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Look, I made you some unsportsmanlike content. Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
All right, Nick, what do we have in some other subjects of the day? We call it content.
Baseball
is America's greatest sport and our national pastime.
Because of Shohei Ohtani. I'm glad you agree.
I didn't say that.
Winning 5 of their last...
Cody Bellinger wrong.
Despite winning 5 of their last 6, including a sweep of the Yankees, the LA Angels of Ohtani are still 4 games back of the last AL wildcard and still are the 3rd team in line behind New York and Boston. With this, the last full week until the trade deadline, will we get a firm answer that Ohtani will not be traded?
The rumors are still going to persist. I don't think we're going to get a bold pronouncement from the ownership or the management that we're definitely not trading him. I don't think they're going to trade him. I think they're still going to see what offers might be out there. I think the buyers in this market are rather limited because A, it's got to be a team that's contending. B, it's got to be a team that's got some real assets in their minor league system that they're willing to part with. The field of potential teams is very small. So I think the talks will continue. I think at the end of the day, it won't be enough. And Ohtani's going to be stuck there in Anaheim, and he'll be watching the playoffs on his TV in October before he starts, his contract talks with a new team.
Several noteworthy NFL running backs got on a Zoom call yesterday to discuss their plight of being undervalued. But while Nick Chubb, Saquon Barkley, Derrick Henry, Christian McCaffrey, and others aired their grievances to each other, they also acknowledged that there's not a lot they can do about it. Is there anything they can do about it?
Unless they can agree to get every running back in the NFL to agree to walk out. But that's the problem. This position is expendable, and it's not as valuable because the analytics have shown that a top-flight wide receiver is far more valuable. The top-flight tight end is far more valuable. And running backs are, dare I say, a dime a dozen. That's not to say that there aren't some running backs like a Saquon Barkley, like a Nick Chubb, that are better than others. Certainly they are. But the value that they bring isn't commensurate with the type of premium salaries that the top receivers, certainly the top quarterbacks, are making. So unless they can organize some kind of a mass walkout and get every running back to agree, there's really not a whole lot they can do. It's a crappy situation to be in. I don't like it for them either. But unless they can somehow show that there is more value to what they give at their position, more points per play, more DVOA as they call it, then until then, there's really not a lot they can do.
Jimmy GQ is alive.
Thank God.
He passed his training camp physical and is expected to be with the Raiders at the start of training camp. Does this mean anything for the AFC playoffs race?
Nope. It doesn't. I mean, this is a Band-Aid. It's picking up Jimmy G to be your quarterback is like picking Iowa to win the West. It's not a great position to be in anyway. It doesn't really mean anything. It's just a very safe, boring pick. I'm glad that he's not hurt. I'm glad that he's healthy. But it's not going to mean anything for the Raiders. The Raiders are the Raiders.
What about the Tennessee Titans, John? They brought back their throwbacks to the days when they were the Houston Oilers. They went as far as to change their profile pic to the famous oil derrick that adorned the helmets. What do you think?
I love this look. It is a fantastic look. It's one of my
cool.
favorite uniforms from my younger days growing up. But you're not the Houston Oilers. All this did was magnify the issue that the Oilers should have done what the Ravens did. When the Ravens left for Baltimore, they left behind the name, the Cleveland Browns, and the colors and the records behind, and they basically started a new franchise. I mean, they kept the players, the coaches, whatever, but everything else was left in Cleveland. The Tennessee Titans should have done the exact same thing. They should have left the colors, the nickname, the history, all of that behind so that when the new Texas or Houston franchise came on, they could be the Houston Oilers. It is sad that we do not have the Houston Oilers anymore. And the fact that these guys are now going to use these uniforms to troll the Houston Oilers, it's very sad.
Well, if we had them now, they'd have to be the Houston Batteries because of the push to make everything electric.
Gas mowing, Nick. We still have gas mowing. We can have, instead of an oil derrick, it could be me pushing a lawnmower on the side of their helmets.
So when I read that, I forgot that they were called oil derricks. So my brain stopped. I'm like, why is the word derrick in there?
Yeah, that's what that big tower thing is called. It's called an oil derrick.
People forget.
It's a great logo.
Last Thursday, Vikings wide receiver Jordan Addison was pulled over going 140 and a 55. Today, we found out the reason was due to a medical emergency involving his dog. Is that a fair reason to go 85 over the speed limit?
Don't mean to sound callous, and I love my dog too, but when you're driving that recklessly, you're not an emergency vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
That is... First of all, is he living that far away from a veterinarian?
Must be.
I mean, reckless driving is still reckless driving. You know, get a police escort, call an ambulance, do something, but you shouldn't be going that fast. You could have killed somebody, including yourself.
Absolutely.
And your dog.
Denny Hamlin won the NASCAR race yesterday, but in doing so, made a controversial late pass of Kyle Larson that came in contact with plenty of boos from the fans at Pocono. Denny says Larson wrecked himself. What say you, John?
I say Denny Hamlin's full of bull crap.
Oh, you just don't like Denny Hamlin.
No, I don't, but I don't like him because he does this. He's done this before, and he's never wrong. And it's always somebody else's fault. It's not his fault.
Maybe it was somebody else's fault, John. Did you ever consider that?
No, I watched the race. He ran him up the track, and he made contact, and he shoved him out of the racing line, and it forced Larson to go into the wall. If you can't pass him clean, why are you doing it? And yet he's the victim. Whatever. You're no victim.
It's NASCAR, John. They're not supposed to pass clean. Unlike my sport, Formula One.
Where they don't pass at all.
But when they do, it's always clean, John.
Well, that's because it's so rare. People are shocked by it.
Speaking of Formula One, those greedy bastards from Formula One are looking to change Vegas hotspots along their race course. Charge Vegas hotspots along the race course $1,500 per person or else they'll block that establishment's view of the race. Aren't they running this race on the streets of Las Vegas?
Well, yes. Here's what I would do. Now, here's something you can do. The running backs can't. Any of these bars or restaurants or nightclubs or whatever these businesses are that face the racetrack and have a view of the racetrack, they should all band together and say, we're not paying it. And then make Formula One spend the money to build all of these so-called obstructions to get in the way. But no way, $1,500 per person?
That's insane.
That's what you get for racing on the streets of a major metropolitan city.
I don't think they even do that in Monaco. Hell, in Monaco, people live along the race course. They just go on their roofs or go on their balconies and just watch the race there. It's insane. What they're doing to Vegas makes me upset. It makes me upset as a Formula One fan.
Well, again, this is why your sport's inferior.
North Carolina and Kansas are doing a home-and-home basketball series. 2024 in Allen Fieldhouse. 2025 in the Dean Dome. Great news for college basketball?
Absolutely.
I'll take your word for it.
These are the two bluest of the blue bloods. You can call it the Roy Williams Bowl or the Dean Smith Bowl. They both have ties to both universities.
The oxygenated blood bowl? Because your blood's blue, Scott.
Fair, but
Probably.
yeah, no, this is awesome. To see North Carolina play in Allen Fieldhouse and see Kansas play in Chapel Hill. I was trying to think of an equivalent, I suppose, like Alabama, Ohio State. Doing a home and home. I'm just trying to think of, schools that if they see each other, they only see each other in the postseason and they don't travel to each other's campus. The fact that this is happening and it's not happening in a tournament, it's not happening in an MTE, this is beautiful. This is great. ESPN is going to be thrilled because they'll have the rights to broadcast both of these games.
Well,
and they'll have good audience.
Congrats to college basketball fans.
You're darn right. And congrats to all of us and all you original J-skers.
So earlier, talked about the greedy bastards in Formula One. Speaking of greedy bastards, Elon Musk. He's changed Twitter's little bird to just the dumbest X. Just the worst thing ever. That's it. That's the new logo, John. Why?
Again, I think Elon Musk is he's playing with this. This is his $40 billion plaything. It's not so much to make money off of it, though he wants to make money off of it. He certainly doesn't want to lose his shirt on it. But he's basically just poking the bear to see how much he can get away with before people actually revolt. We've already seen the first handful of changes. People was getting, we're just going to go to Spaces, or what was the name of the thing? Threads. That thing fizzled out after about 3 days.
Yeah, it didn't last long.
Nobody cared. It was garbage. He knows that people are addicted to this, and he knows he's just going to be able to tweak them and to toy with their emotions all he wants. Now, I did read earlier today that according to someone on the web, and Ari Wasserman, friend of the Grum, recruiting analyst for The Athletic, was tweeting these out. He said, it appears that Instagram and Facebook owner Meta holds the trademark for X as it applies to online social networking services. So maybe there's going to be a copyright infringement with using the
interesting.
X. Also, there's a picture. San Francisco police shuts down operation to remove Twitter's name from X headquarters as Elon Musk reportedly didn't get a permit for all the equipment on the street. So they were trying to take down the Twitter bird and put up the X, and they shut it down because they didn't have the right permit.
That's amazing. So I guess my thought process of him changing it to X is because back in like 98 or whatever, he originally owned X.com, which he intended to be like an online banking thing, and then it merged with another company. And
I did not know that.
That's what became PayPal, right?
I did not know that.
So then obviously PayPal got sold. That's not a thing anymore. So I don't know if that's like an homage to that, or if he's just trying to resurrect that from it's older than me.
Again, he's just going to keep tweaking this just to see how far he can push all of you, because he knows you're all addicted. He knows it. So he's just going to keep pushing it. And he knows that there's no one else out there that's going to really challenge him for online social brevity.
I think it's more about his ego than it is about him knowing that he can get away with doing whatever.
Well, that's
I think it's just more his ego.
is. That's what ego is. What he can get away with. Look at me, I'm powerful. Let me see what I can get away with. It. So it's all, yeah.
Okay.
We're in agreement.
Fair enough.
You're right. It's ego. Of course it is. Of course it is. All right, coming up, the bet of the day. While I did bitch about Denny Hamlin, he did win me some fake money this weekend.
Oh.
Well, bet of the day and wrap up the Grum next on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
When your home or business needs a new roof, it's time for Omaha's Ferris Roofing Company. WeatherGuard Inc., owned and operated by NCAA Division I and Final Four referee John Higgins. Rated A+ by the Better Business Bureau, America's leading installer of premium Da Vinci roofs, residential, commercial, roofs, siding, gutters. The rooferees at WeatherGuard Inc. are the fairest game in town. Request a free estimate at rooferees.com.
Email Unsportsmanlike conduct on the Equitable Bank Zone inbox with whatever is on your mind, from your hot takes to what you think is one. The Zone inbox is brought to you by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. We want to hear from you on the Equitable Bank Zone inbox.
Every truck tells a story. Make yours a strong one with Woodhouse Chevy in Omaha and Missouri Valley. The Chevy Silverado is America's truck with the toughness, dependability, and great looks to back it all up. Now save up to $6,000 off MSRP on the 2023 Silverado 1500. With 2 Chevy dealerships in the metro, Woodhouse has the Silverado 1500 you're looking for. Find new roads to Woodhouse Chevy, 112th and Dodge in Omaha, or exit 75 off I-29 Missouri Valley, or visit woodhouse.com. With approved credit, see dealer for details. Expires 7/31/23.
Happy birthday to us. That's right. We're turning 50 this year, and we're celebrating with you. Introducing my new birthday cake streusel, topped with vanilla cake and crunchy streusel, a swirl of white icing, and showered with rainbow sprinkles. Paired with our classic combo, the one that started it all, and your favorite one-topping pizza. Happy birthday feast. Enjoy one today. Godfather's Pizza. Do it.
The brand new Dollar General Distribution Center in Blair is now hiring. Starting wage is up to $22 per hour with benefits including medical, dental, vision, 401k, and a $2,000 sign-on bonus. Apply today by texting DG Warehouse to 25000 or online at dollargeneral.com/careers. Again, apply today by texting DG Warehouse to 25000 or online at dollargeneral.com/careers. Dollar General can't wait to have you become a team member at their brand new distribution center.
Tired of having a website that doesn't reflect the quality of your brand? At JM Online, we specialize in custom websites for unique business needs. Your website should be more than just a digital billboard. It should be a powerful tool that grows your business. Awarded Omaha's best web developers in 2023, we're dedicated to local business success. So if you're ready to take your website to the next level, go to jmonline.com and request a call.
Hey everyone, Josh Peterson here. Hope to see you at Golf Flash, the 6th straight year we've done so at Miracle Hill Golf and Tennis. Get signed up today by visiting miraclehillgolf.com. Prizes of at least $100 on every single hole. It's miraclehillgolf.com.
Your exclusive home for Royals baseball in Omaha.
Right up the middle, Mason, and the Royals are winner.
1620 The Zone.
Unsportsmanlike conduct with John Bishop and Josh Peterson.
I'll kick that 3-year-old's ass.
On 1620 The Zone.
And you know why I'm laughing, don't you? Now, it's time for the Unsportsmanlike Conduct Bet of the Day.
Just a little bit under where some folks would like to see this one wind up.
Brought to you by nobody.
You gotta be kidding.
Really, we don't have a sponsor. Sorry.
All right, so as I said, even though Denny Hamlin is a reckless driver and basically wrecked my guy to get the win, it did win me $240 of fake money because he was plus 240 in the four-way matchup I had. So winner, winner, winner. Tonight, I'm going to go with a two-teamer. Give me the Brewers and the Diamondbacks. plus 196.
Ooh. I'm going to do something probably foolish. Give me the Rockies, the Guardians, and the Mariners plus 589.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Plus 589 for the Rockies, Guards, and M's.
Yup.
And that is your bet of the day.
Iowa.
All right. Coming up tomorrow, Josh will return. He's finally back. We will also continue 25 teams in 25 grums. Colorado. So today, we went with the last game on Nebraska's schedule. Tomorrow, we go with the first game on Nebraska's schedule, and we'll find out if Colorado has gotten any better since the spring. It's practically a different team. Michael Brunt's scheduled to join us. We have not talked to him in a while. And Mike Farron. It's the last full week before the trade deadline. And I will not ask him about any Ohtani trades. I cannot vouch for my partner. He'll probably hijack the whole conversation.
What if I do? What if I ask him about Ohtani trade?
Well, he's probably not going to get traded. And Farron said it a million times. He's not going to get traded. He's been the guy banging the drum the loudest that this is all a bunch of noise, unnecessary noise. So we'll catch up with Farron tomorrow. And we'll be a day closer to Big Ten Media Days. And don't forget, we'll have all of your coverage right here, courtesy of Gary and Connor, who will be there live. And we'll have audio all Wednesday and Thursday, presented by Fremont Roofing Company, PB&J Welding Supply, and support from Ultimate Baseball Academy. And they're leaving tomorrow. They'll be there tomorrow. If anything breaks in Indianapolis tomorrow, if anything new happens with the Colts, Connor and Gary will be there to cover it for us live.
If Northwestern shows up and tries to be under the radar,
we'll be there to ask questions. They won't answer them, but what difference does it make? So that's all coming up tomorrow. Have a great rest of your Monday. Stay cool out there, friends. And we will talk to you tomorrow right here on 1620 The Zone. After Hours coming up next.
Bye.